So good morning to everybody. Today, we are starting this 4 days managed training on agroforestry for promotion of climate smart diversified farming system in Bundelkhand region from 17 to 20th May. And as they this focusing on the climate smart diversified agroforestry farming system, the
This meeting is being recorded.
Topic is Bundelkhand specific, but we are taking all the arid, semi-arid zone in larger perspectives. And we know that in the current perspective of climate change, the agroforestry become very imperative to address so many problems which are related with the farmers. Especially, we know that the trees' role in the farm is very, very important. Not only in terms of the amelioration of climate, but also in terms of increasing the farmers' income. So there so many years the agroforestry research is going on, but still we need to refine with the changes in the time, the new practices and new introductions of the farming systems with the introduction of perennials in the farms and also other allied activities. So I hope in these for 4 days we have arranged lecture from different subject matter specialists from our Kafri Institute also and other institutes of India. And we hope the participant will benefit from this. Around 175 participants registered for this, and we enrolled all for the participation. Some will be joining by the YouTubes. So thank you, sir. With this, I now request assessing, sir, our director extension, sir, highlighting the importance of this training program to all these participants.
Thank you, Dr. Manmohan Dobriyal. Honorable Director General Manage Dr. Chandrasekhara ji, Dr. Jan Bala Subramani ji, Dr. A.K. Pandey Sahab, Dr. Dobriyal, and dear participants. First of all, I am extremely thankful to DG Manage for sanctioning this very important training program to our new Central Agriculture University, and it is in second in the phase. In first phase, yes, last year he allowed 2 training program, and this year he has allowed 2 training program. So thanks to Manage and thanks to Honorable Director General. And we are working in the in Central India, Bundelkhand, which is a very bypassed region of the country in terms of green revolution, many things, so many things, natural resource management, and many things. So, sir, as we know that in the event of predicted climate change, as per IPCC prediction, we are going to face extreme events of rainfall and the raging temperature. This year we have seen the temperature of Bundelkhand has gone up to 48 degrees centigrade. So we can think of we can expect that what kind of extreme case are expected to come in our region. And in the high temperature region, the organic matter burning is a very common phenomenon. And how to retain the organic carbon in our soil for sustaining a optimal production, crop production, is a big question. Where there is limited availability of water, and where we cannot afford so much of water, so many high water living crop, then this organic matter is a case of concern. The rainfall deviation in the Bundelkhand, out of 10, 7 years is not a normal rainfall. Only 3 years is a normal rainfall. So again, our farmers are facing critical uncertainties in the crop production, and that's why the high rural poverty and rural migration is a common feature in this region. Now, to sustain all this and to combat this problem, there is a hope from including this agroforestry in the system so that it can give relief to maintain the environmental temperature, this condition, and to sustain to some extent this relief in the carbon sequestration, maintaining organic carbon, and crop diversification in the risk-prone environment. That is the case, and here agroforestry is in past time there had been some the cases, but now the science of agroforestry is changed, and this change, the kind of new things has come, new science, new agronomy, new management practices, new this potential crop, many things has come. So these things needs to be percolated at the field level, and then only we can achieve our goal at the rural level. So in this events, there is a huge role of field functionaries. Although the Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agriculture University, its College of Horticulture and Agroforestry, and the nearby institute Kafri, ICR Kafri, they are playing the vital role. But certainly the dissemination of new knowledge, regular basis, is very important for this region. And this training has very relevant context for this purpose. In case of Bundelkhand, it has relevant, but in other part of the country, our mandate is national also. So in national mandate, if we see whether it is coastal area, whether it is rainfed area, or again this sodic land affected area, acidic land area, again such kind of problem is coming. So the climate change is a common phenomenon in the entire country, as well as this organic carbon and rainfall deviation, and giving relief by agroforestry is a important event. So in this context, this training has much more relevance, and many good topic has been included by this course director, and I hope that Honorable Director General will like it, that we have been able to give a message at the field level, and certainly it will make awareness, and this good quality of interaction will take place later on with our institute, our university, with the different stakeholders. So with this, I welcome you, sir, and all my participants. And again, I am thankful to Honorable Director General Manage for permitting this important program for Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agriculture University. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your brief details of the training program, and also the importance of the agriculture in this Bundelkhand region and the constraints and promoting agroforestry. Now I request Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, for his brief remark on the importance of agroforestry in diversified farming in Bundelkhand.
Thanks, Dr. Dobriyal Sahab, course coordinator of this important training program. Our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab, though he has left for Gwalior in urgent meeting, and most honored today's chief guest, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara Sahab, Director General Manage, Director Manage, Dr. N. Balasubramani Sahab, my esteemed colleague, Dr. S.S. Singh Sahab, Director Extension Education, Dr. R.P. Yadav, and all my esteemed participants for this training programs. First of all, I thanks to Manage for accepting our proposal and giving consent and sanctioning the budget for organizing such an important training program. So this shows Manage this your very important approach, very promotive approach on a very important and urgent topics, agroforestry for a smart agriculture, and that to inclusion of to this your diversified agroforestry. Agroforestry, not only traditional term, we want to this your diversified agroforestry system to manage to this your number of challenges which is coming from to this your climatic concern. Sir, College of Horticulture and Forestry under the umbrella of Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University, Jhansi, is well equipped to handle a number of this type of programs. And College of Horticulture and Forestry has developed a number of good models in agroforestry related, agroforestry, industrial agroforestry, bamboo-based agroforestry, and number of these good plants which are coming well under to these Bundelkhand regions. As our esteemed colleague Dr. S.S. Singh Saab has said, Bundelkhand region comes under to these arid conditions where temperature shooting into summer season that creates a number of problems. And climate concern is such a problem that even a short span, if there is any changes, that creates a number of problems. We are observing there is a very much problem in the food setting of a number of fruits, a number of vegetables in very short span up to this or irregularity up to this or climate change. As IPCC report says that in comparison to this or last century, temperature has increased 0.74 degrees centigrade. And if that increases to this or 1 degree centigrade temperature, India itself will be losing to this or 10 million metric tons up to this or wheat productions. So that is all to this or global problems that is coming to this or related climatic concerns. Agroforestry is the treasure up to this your knowledge and treasure up to this your wealth up to this your plants. And plants are having immense capacity, abilities to this or survive under to this or stress conditions. Our wisdom is to this your select to this your right type of these your plants and diversify your existing practices in such a conducive manner that can cope up to these your climatic concerns related changes. And I appreciate to this your our College of Horticulture and Forestry, and especially to this your our forestry colleagues who are looking such type of these your problems, and accordingly they are modifying their research strategy to this your cope up. In these directions, your help and coming to this your manage hand to hand with this your RLBCAU, certainly I am very much hopeful that such type of these your efforts will pay a new way to this your address the coming days these your problems. So with these words, once again I welcome to our Honorable Director General Manage Dr. P. Chandrasekhara Sahu, Dr. Subramaniam Mani Director Manage, my colleague, and all esteemed participants for this very important training programs that is going for this 4 days. Once again, welcome and thanks to all.
I think maybe Dr. Manmohan Dobriyal lost connection, it seems, sir.
No, okay, sir, the problem was there. Thank you, sir, for explaining different activities which we are carrying in this institute, and the different agroforestry models we are developing here, and also there are many models developed by the CAFRI. So thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. N. Balasubramanian to please highlight the importance of this relevance.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Honorable Director General, Manage Dr. P. Chandrasekhara Saab, respected Director Extension, Dr. S.S. Singh Saab, Dr. A.K. Pandeji, Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, and Course Coordinator, Dr. Manmohan Dobriyalji, and Dr. R.P. Yadavji, Associate Professor Forestry, and all the participant friends, good morning, and thank you very much for giving opportunity for Manage to conduct this collaborative program with Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University. As you all aware, because the previous speakers were telling about the importance of climate change and relationship of agroforestry with regard to climate change, especially Bundelkhand region. Not only Bundelkhand, everywhere it is very, very essential because of this climate change. And as especially in the Bundelkhand region, it is so important. Earlier, we were talking about the agroforestry in terms of food, fuel, and fodder related activities. So whenever we talk about the agroforestry, which will cater to the needs of fodder, fuel, and other things. But now we are talking other terms, especially in future also, we will be talking the agroforestry in terms of environmental contribution or environmental services, which agroforestry provides to the system, agro production system. Because in terms of the forest cover, also normally currently we are having around 25%. Suppose if you wanted to achieve whatever the required 33%, only possible is through agroforestry. That is one of the important prominent area. And also the other services, if you see climate change mitigation, it is one of the option, and either watershed protection or biodiversity conservation, or creating additional carbon sink. Now, because globally, every country is moving towards climate carbon neutral economy. So Honorable Prime Minister also agreed in the COP26, by 2070, our country will be carbon neutral. So if that is to be achieved, for every sector has to be address all the areas which they contributes. So if you see, agriculture alone contributes around 19 to 20%. So agriculture has a lot of potential to make a carbon sequestration, and additional carbon sink is possible through agroforestry, and to fulfill the intended nationally determined contribution. That is one of the important things. And we all know that in the Bundelkhand region, because temperature is shooting up, and in order to create a microclimate, again, agroforestry is one of the important area. And even the carbon, because the temperature is in natural farming, one of the principle, now Honorable Prime Minister also promoting natural farming, one of the principle is mulching. So in order to go for mulching, so because our tropical climate, because after one crop is over, remaining 9 months, the normally annual crops around 3 to 4 months. Remaining period, the entire land is exposed to the open sunlight. So a lot of carbon loss is there. So in order to make mulching is one of the important area which need to be promoted in future. So we need a lot of green manures, and green leaves are required. That is only through agroforestry is possible. So, however, we are promoting for the last few years agroforestry. Still, people are not adopting in the farmers' field. If you analyze, a lot of issues are there. Maybe they may not be aware about the varieties which is suitable to that area, and availability of seedlings also may not be there. Then, actually, in our area also, they have promoted Melia dubia. That is the neem, wild neem. They planted, but when it comes for harvesting, nobody is there to buy. So, and the local buyers, they used to exploit the farmers. Actually, there is no organized market also, it was not there. So why farmers are not adopting, whether we do not have any organized marketing or entrepreneurs in the system, or lack of transport may be there. So these are all the things we have to analyze actually. So otherwise, sometimes if we wanted to promote some end-to-end approach, we have to promote some cluster-based approaches, so that we can arrange seedlings, we can encourage the entrepreneurs to buy, and or we can, the needs are different. Either it may be pulp industry, or the paper industries, the wood industry, or energy industry, the needs are different. So whether we are providing the required quality of the seedlings to the farmers, where it is available. So I am trying to get some PKM1 for the last 2-3 years. I am in spite of that, I am not able to get the quality material. So if I wanted to go from my place to PKM research station, now I have to travel around 300 kilometers to get the PKM1 variety. So whether, though I know some of the scientists in the Perikulam research station in Tamil Nadu, actually, in spite of that, I am unable to get for the last 2 to 3 years. So because that type of problem is everywhere it is available. Suppose within the taluk, within the district, whether farmers are getting the quality seedlings, required seedlings, if we say answer is no, actually. So we need to promote a lot of community nurseries also. we need to promote community nursery, because now everywhere the farmers have organized, women groups are there. It is easily we can generate income to the farmers, farm groups, because there are studies indicates that even there are 450 man days per hectare of agroforestry it will generate. So when we talk about the employment generation, the huge potential is there. 450 man days we can create per hectare of agroforestry in this area. Even if you see carbon sequestration, additional carbon sink, we have around 46.7 million hectare of wasteland. That 46.7 million hectare of wasteland easily can be converted into agroforestry, so that the externality will be so much, the benefit farmers will get the benefit when we are talking about the biodiversity, providing foods and to the food to the animals and birds. Easily we can go for biodiversity also. And we do not, like agriculture crops, we do not have a MSP also, minimum support price for, we can actually policy also we can promote as a fixing the minimum support prices. And we all know that the submission of agroforestry provides an opportunity for promoting the farmer producers organization. Now the government of India is promoting around 10,000 farmer producers organizations. There are financial assistance is available for promoting the agroforestry under submission on agroforestry. And similarly, there are opportunity for public-private partnership wherein all the end-to-end approaches can be possible. And data also shows that there are around 400 startups. It is established on agroforestry alone. So we can link these startup which is established on agroforestry, because they are providing all these issues, whatever we are discussing about the either marketing, processing, value addition, all these things these startups are addressing. Now I think many of you may be knowing that there is one famous case study on jackfruit. Because when we talk about the agroforestry, only we talk about the environmental point of view, nobody will promote. Suppose if we talk about the income to the farmer, definitely they will adopt. Suppose one, I think there are case studies in Kerala alone, jackfruit, around 2,000 crore worth of jackfruit produced within 3 months during the summer. It is all wasted. There is no value addition available. So one Mr. James Joseph started some company called Jackfruit 365. He is producing all pulp, even green jackfruit powder, which is suitable for even diabetics. So, and he has linked to all Middle East countries and supplying all these things to the farmer. So, lot of potential. See, one single commodity jackfruit per single state, 2,000 crore worth of product is wasted. So, one single entrepreneur can able to make it. So, there are a lot of potential is there. Similarly, there are a lot of schemes now. If you see this scheme, either Bamboo Mission or National Horticulture Mission, RKY, or National Mission on Agroforestry, even National Agroforestry and Eco Development Board also promoting a lot of components which is suitable for promoting the these agroforestry. So only thing is the extension officer need to have a lot of extended role, not only conducting training program or demonstration or creating nursery. So beyond that, a lot of role the extension officer research system need to work. So this program definitely will create knowledge on various aspects, so that the technology available in the research station and available in the university will reach to the farmers, and other support services required for the farmers will be provided through this training program. So I request, I really grateful to the University Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University and Honorable Vice Chancellor for agreeing to conduct this collaborative program. Similarly, I thank Honorable Director General Manager after he taken over as a DG, and he is promoting a lot of such collaborative program, so that research exchange and linkages can be promoted and strengthened. So through this program also, a lot of benefit will be available to the extension officers, scientists, and also farmers. So thank you very much, and I hope this program will be very successful.
Thank you, sir. You have elaborated details of the different agroforestry practices and different schemes which are running in the agroforestry domain. And you are certainly true that from the fuel fodder now we have reached to industrialize, and now we are talking about the carbon finance and other environmental gains from the agroforestry practices. So I hope the extension workers or the peoples in the field of agroforestry, they have to also customize themselves for the new developments which are happening in the agroforestry research and extension activities. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, distinguished guest, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar Saab, Director General Manage, for his word of wisdom on this occasion of the trainings to the all participants and all the delegates. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manamohan. Gabriel. Good morning to all of you. Of course, Vice Chancellor is not here. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for working with Manage. Especially, I am thankful to Dr. S.S. Singh, Director Extension, and Dr. A.K. Pandey, Dean, for taking a lot of interest in collaborative program. I'm seeing more and more programs are being conducted between Manage and one of the most reputed Central Agriculture University, Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agriculture University, Jhansi, together. You are in a very difficult agroclimatic zone, addressing the issues of problems faced by those farmers. We are always with you, and Manage is grateful to Central Agriculture University for this collaborative program. Delhi temperature touched 49 degree, and Dr. S.S. Singh ji, he told, in Bundelkhand, temperature is 48 degree. Today in Hyderabad, we are seeing 32 degree. Yesterday in Bangalore, it was heavily raining, and it was around 25 degree. See, the kind of climatic variations which are most unexpected. And in fact, our elders, maybe the father, grandfather at home, they are just surprised, and it is a shocking weather for them because they never experienced these kind of things in their lifetime. That kind of variations are experienced and suffered by the present population. The problem does not stop here. Day for yesterday, IFPRI, International Food Policy Research Institute, they published another report which says that by 2030, today we are very happy that we have a lot of food, but it says that by 2030, our food production is going to be reduced by 16%, approximately 50 million tons we are going to lose because of climate change. And 23% of our population will be suffering from hunger. So not only the climatic variations what we are suffering today, but the food security of the nation itself is threatened by climate change. At this juncture, we are conducting this program which link agroforestry with climate smart diversified farming. For me, I think this program is very futuristic. Probably apart from creating awareness, I think how we can translate this awareness into action at the earliest is need of the hour. So you all of the opinion that agroforestry is, one of the solution addressing all this problem. But when we say agroforestry is a solution, I think blending agroforestry with several other, dimensions is very, very important to make it more practical, more attractive, so that farmers can adopt it. it is very important to promote agroforestry through farmers producers organizations. A group of farmers, once they accept, probably my colleague Dr. Balsubramani was also telling, cluster approach is very important. So we have to explore, is it possible to blend agroforestry with the FPO movement? Then we have to attract a large number of entrepreneurs, agripreneurs and agri-startup towards agroforestry. Whether they can take the benefit of carbon credit, carbon financing through agroforestry, that also, we have to work out so that it will become further more attractive for any innovator to work in agroforestry. Agroforestry, it is not mere production unless it is linked to market and made it more profitable. No farmer will take up this. So linking agroforestry to market is also another very important dimension which we have to address. We have to make it more profitable and to show them the market where exactly their agroforestry produce will be purchased. For that, necessary skill gaps existing with the farmers, whether it is collection properly, handling, grading, sorting, drying, packing, branding. These are all very critical operations where our farmers don't have proper skill set. I think that is the challenge before our extension functionaries. Now, very interesting, challenge comes before us. I think Professor Manmohan was telling, it is very important to teach all our extension workers, whether our extension workers are well versed with this, skill set. The answer is, to my knowledge, not many. This is very serious issue. So before going to the student, I think we have to sensitize the teachers. Sensitizing extension worker on agroforestry with various issues is one of the biggest challenge before all of us. Can we use information and communication technology, all the tools available today, for effectively reaching farmers and extension workers is another issue. Unless we blend private sector, attract their investment in agroforestry, it is very difficult to, take it to entrepreneurship level. See, the good news is we have crossed around, agriculture export by $50 billion, 20% more than last year. In that, spices alone is around $4 billion. The prices for plantation crops like coffee, tea, areca nut, it is increasing actually. These are all the good signs for agroforestry to capture agriculture export. So another dimension is added to this. Can we blend agroforestry with agriculture export? So each, when you add value with the different dimensions, another window opens. And for that, we need, knowledge, we need skill, we need infrastructure, we need credit, we need market, we need technology, we need export. So, another world opens before us. So not many extension gaps, research gaps are there. I think we have to address. Of course, when Honorable Prime Minister said we have to promote natural farming, Dr. Balsubramani, director, is looking after natural farming because he is also taking care of sustainable agriculture. The first decision we made in Manage is whether natural farming will enhance the income of the farmers. If there are any question mark, then we have to bring agroforestry into natural farming. That was the first decision we made. So even for promoting natural farming also, we are thinking whether we can blend agroforestry with natural farming, because see, one of the studies says that farmers are busy in a year only for 187 days. What about another 50% of the year? So they will wait for the harvest. So what is waiting? You know, rural areas, what happens? So is it possible to productively use that free time? See, Dr. Bala was telling, one, acre of agroforestry can generate 450 man-days. See, one side our farmers are free, another side there is a enterprise which can create additional involvement of farmers. I think this is, most, economical, practical aspect we are, discussing through this training program. And I'm very happy to see very interesting topics. You are blending homestead, kitchen garden. You are bringing, industrial agroforestry for discussion. See, that is very, very important. See, unless agriculture address industrial needs, probably we cannot take maximum benefit of industrialization. We cannot live separately. We have to live with them. Then only agriculture can also be treated as an industry, and we can make more profit for the benefit of farmers. So at the end, I feel that the existing lot of, extension gaps need to be addressed. We have to blend agroforestry with several dimensions, what we discussed. So is it possible to come out with a publication? See, how many people we can train? Today, 73 people are there. 73 people will go back to, around 50 organizations. They will start discussing. That is a good development. But our reach is not just restricted to that. We have to reach all 130 million farmers. We have to reach all ICR organizations, all state agriculture universities. Is it possible to come out with a, collaborative publication where three things we can discuss? Number one, what are all the agroforestry technologies available, which we can blend with, secondary agriculture. That means value addition, income generating activities, agri-ventures. What are all the technologies available? That is part one. Part two is, what is the detailed project report for that? Suppose somebody wants to start a business out of this technology. He need investment. If he goes to bank, he will ask, where is your project report? So that is where majority of the entrepreneurship stops. So if we keep, a model DPR, detailed project report, it is easy for any entrepreneur to convert technology into an enterprise. The third and last component, in this publication probably is what are all the schemes, maybe state government schemes, central government schemes, national, international, other benefits, schemes benefit, how farmers, other people can take by practicing agroforestry. So the technology, the detailed project report and the schemes of, agroforestry as a secondary agriculture, if we can convert this knowledge into a publication, probably that will be, worth placing on the table of every extension worker in this country. I'm sure that even we can, take some more time. We can, harvest rich experience of all the speakers who are coming in this. We can put additional resources, additional time. But if we can come out with, that kind of, publication, probably that will be very, very useful for all the extension workers in this country. The dissemination part, manage will take care. So, thank you, Singh Saab, Pandey Saab. It is a great training program, which when the people suffer from high temperature or high rainfall or a cyclone, probably we should also link it to many things what we discussed, which is the permanent solution. So thank you very much. Thanks for this collaborative program. I would like to thank Dr. Dobrial as well as Dr. Yadav and Director Extension and Dean and my colleague Dr. Balsubramani and all the participants who are present today. I think this is very, important issue we are discussing in the training program. I'm sure that you will be ambassadors of this knowledge when you go back to your, respective institutions. You collect all the presentations and try to use them as study material when you go back. And that is the only way we can multiply the impact of this training program for rest of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You have set the different priorities for the in this agroforestry, and it is certainly that country where we have that much the agriculture landscape, and still we are importing more than 45,000 crore annual wood. So that can be also addressed by the long-term forestry projects in the farmers field, especially the for timbers also. So the industrialized agroforestry is going on, most of the supported by the corporates itself for the generating the raw material, but there are many other industries which cannot have their own extension programs. Even in our NERIS or in agriculture system, even in department and all, also we don't have the sufficient extension mechanism to address the agroforestry problems or schemes also. Even in Krishi Vigyan Kendra or Van Vigyan Kendra by the forest department, they are very limited. Very few are having the extension workers, which especially focusing on the agroforestry aspect. So we know that constraint will be there, but your suggestion is good that somehow we can have a good publication and a training manual by which it can reach out to more number of people, especially extension worker or the stakeholders which are related to the agroforestry. So it's good, sir, and we thank you to you, sir, for the giving this collaborative program in terms of this, and in future also we seek your support for such programs. Thank you, sir. So now I request Dr. R.P. Yadav for formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now we have reached in the last leg of the program, that is formal vote of thanks. Today's inaugural session, the online collaborative training program on agroforestry for promotion of climate smart diversified farming system in Bundelkhand region. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Arvind Kumar for his direction, supervision, and supervision for this training program. Though sir has not joined the program, sir has conveyed his blessings to all of us, and including the participants. Now I would like to thanks to on the behalf of the RLBCAU and organizers to distinguished guest of the program, Director General Manage Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, for his kind consent to address the participants, trainees, for his gracious presence on this occasion in the inaugural session, and sparing valuable time in the program. Sir has mentioned, highlighted many things about the climate change, temperature variation, food security, and the problems which can be solved through the agroforestry, and we can extend the agroforestry through APOs with the cluster approach, agripreneurs, and carbon finance, and many more sir has mentioned. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind address and wisdom of words. I also express my sincere gratitude to Director CCA Manage Dr. N. Balasubramani for highlighting the importance, significance, and relevance of this online collaborative training program, particularly for the extension officials. Sir has mentioned about different roles of agroforestry, specifically in the role of agroforestry in environmental services, carbon sequestration. He had mentioned about carbon neutral economy, and many more. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind address. I also thank to the. I also express my sincere gratitude to Director Extension Dr. S.S. Singh sir for his kind address about the importance of training program, especially for the extension officials. Sir has always helps and provide necessary directions for conducting such kind of training programs for the different stakeholders. Sir has mentioned about the extreme conditions we are facing today, like rising temperature, and how the agroforestry can solve these problems and how it is helpful. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your blessings. I express sincere gratitude to Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Dr. A.K. Pandey, though sir is not here in campus, but sir has joined while on the tour, and he addressed us. Sir has mentioned about many roles of diversified agroforestry systems, industrial agroforestry systems, bamboo-based agroforestry system, and specifically in the changing climatic scenario, how agroforestry can deal and improve the biodiversity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind address. I also express my sincere thanks to Professor and Head Forestry and Course Director of this training program, Dr. Manmohan J. Dobriyal, for his welcome address and orientation about this online collaborative training program. This training program we are conducting in the direct supervision and direction of the head, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your address. I also express my sincere thanks to all the coordinators, Dr. Prabhat Tiwari and others, our technical team, Dr. Pawan, Tanuj, and Salendra. I express my sincere thanks to all the participant trainees who are for their presence and patient hearing during this inaugural session, and they will be with us for all 4 days up to 20th May. I also express sincere thanks to the manage for funding this training program. And now I once again express my sincere gratitude to all, to one and all for their kind presence in this training program. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. I just want to request the course directors. You know, there are 73 participants are there. Among participants also, certainly some people may be professionals, may be specializing in agroforestry. If they want to contribute any article for the proposed publication, you can have an informal contact with them so that it becomes easy for you when you go to the next step.
Okay,
Thank you,
sir.
Dr. Saab. We will contact. We will contact. Thank you.
Yeah.
Important proposal, sir. Thank you, sir.
With this, we came to the end of this inaugural session, and now I thank everybody for joining this inaugural session. Now, after 5 minutes, we will start our technical session. So I request all the participants to be remaining attached to the program, and after 5 minutes, we will start the technical session. That is from our Dean, Dr. A.K. Pandey Saab, on the home guidance based like diversified agroforestry for small holders especially. So thank you to all.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Chalo. So Dobriyal sir, 5-minute break.
हाँ सर, 5 मिनट बाद शुरू करते हैं सर.
Take okay. 4 मिनट लगा दें तो 50 तो लगा दें.
सर म्यूट कर दीजिए अपना.
Now we start our next technical session. The important lecture in this session, that is home garden based diversified agroforestry for small landholders. It will be delivered by our Dean Sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey. Sir has vast experience. Sir has served many organizations. Sir has started his career in the ICR as a ARS. From Northeast, then sir shifted to IIVR in Varanasi Vegetable Research Institute, and after that sir has served as a dean in Northeast, and now he is also serving here as a dean quite a long time. So now I request our dean sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey sir, to deliver this important lecture on home garden based diversified agroforestry for small landholders. Sir, please.
बड़ा करो खुला होगा ना तो नीचे आ जाना चाहिए नीचे आ उस वाले से thank you Dr. Sahab, Dr. R.P. Yadav Sahab, my colleague Dr. Dobriyal Sahab. My slide is visible?
Yes sir, visible.
Visual. So once again, I welcome to all the participants who are participating in a very important training program. And this training program is altogether different with this your title, Agroforestry, but different way, very diversified agroforestry, looking to this your present days, these your challenges. And for that sake, finding such a good topic for this your organizing this training program, I appreciate to this your very vision approach of my colleague Dr. Dobriyal Sahab, Dr. R.P. Yadav Sahab, and all his good team members, and support by to this your manager who has given the good directions, good helps. And morning inaugural sessions, we have got a very good message from the very worthy DG and concerned directors and my esteemed colleague Director Extension Educations, that present days challenges is altogether different to these your previous challenges, and accordingly we have to bring change into these your strategies. Today's my topic is home estate based agroforestry. Home estate based agroforestry, and that is in 1 hour periods. I will try to discuss various issues and will focus how to this your such type of this your home estate based agroforestry can address a number of problems, and with the very small approaches, how we can bring a very good things in our existing farming systems, how we can avert a number of to these your challenges, how we can bring a very good reform into these your existing systems. So dear participants, with these words, I am going to start my this your presentations. Right, slide move kar bhai. Move kar slide. Yeah, move. So dear participants, I will start with this your very beginning. That's we have got a very quantum jump into this your agriculture. Presently, our agriculture production this year 2022, that is going to be this year almost 316 million metric tons. I country this all progress we have got after this year 60s, when we got a very good grain revolutions, gene revolutions, a quantum jump into this year agriculture, a country which was once tagged as a to this year begging bowl. Now we are exporting most of this year cereals to this year different countries. And this jump, how that the food grain productions more than 6 times near about, and major jump into this or wheat.
Sir, excuse me, sir, actually slides are not moving.
Not moving?
Yes,
But
sir.
this slide is visible or not?
Only first slide is visible, sir.
First slide is visible.
Sir, I think they are not in slides. So now it is visible, sir. Impact of research.
Now it is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. It is now visible. I think, sir, you have to make them in slideshow mode.
Slideshow. This slide is visible, that's how?
Yes, sir. Now visible.
I don't know.
But
Moving or not moving?
Yes, sir.
Visible?
Slides are not moving. You have to click on slide, then only it is visible.
Sir, just again you inform that next slide is visible.
Now we are seeing third number slide, challenges in gap. But
No. Right.
yes, sir. Now I think it is in slideshow mode.
It's okay, sir.
Slide is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And moving also.
Okay, sir. So friends, once again, as I was saying that on the line of these 1960s, major jump we got into this number of cereals productions, wheat productions, more than 16 times, rice productions, more than 5 times. And in same way, all these were our production, and currently this we are having this year 316 million metric tons after this year food grain production. A country which was a begging bowl, now we are exporting countries in most of to this year cereal and other commodities. That is the very rosy pictures. But our challenges is again, as in morning sessions on DG sets, that population is increasing, urbanization trend is increasing, our land holding is still, that is the what was during 70s 141 million hectare, that is still, and day by day it is reducing as there is the urbanization growth and other this or we are developing to this or amenities part to this or broadening roads, rail track, air facilities, etc. So how this year, this 2021, this production up to this year food grains shows that 303 to 310 million metric tons, and population's growth, that is the 139 crores up to these populations. So these burgeoning populations, automatically it is a very big challenge for to this your country like India, where we are having this your world's 18% populations, and for support we are having only 2.8% up to this your land chunk, and only 4.2% up to this your water bodies. So our challenge, and in that gamut, how this your climatic concern is coming, that is also very important. How to this your sustain our agriculture productions, that is the very much problems. In morning sessions, number of these your speakers, learned speakers, have said that in addition to this your our carbon sequestration, that is the very important in present day to this your context. This slide shows that for country almost 36% of our soil is deficient into this your zinc, and 23% soil is deficient into this your boron. And earlier, once we are applying to this your 1 kg to this your NPK, we are able to this or get to this or 15 kg up to this your productions of wheat. And in 2007 to 12, that proportion has decreased to this your almost less than half. This shows that our sustainability is having very much questions. How our agriculture will be sustainable if we are not going to address a number of the problems related to this year, our soil health. And this problem in other trends, where today's topic is a based part of this your home estate garden. I will come on, but these challenges also indicates that despite of good productions, our 37.9% children are malnourished, and almost 50% of our ladies are anemic. Though in child mortality, India has got a very good success, and for that sake, I appreciate to these planners, policymakers, good health facilities, and good awareness bringing to this your rearing to this your newly born child. This data is depicted of 1,000 of these your populations, 1,000 childbirth, and if that mortality occurs within 5 years, so that data comes under to this your child mortality. During 1950s, that time once 1,000 children were born, 189 were unable to this year see the futures. That was a crude death. And in 2021, it has reduced to this year 28. So certainly good appreciation goes for to this year health facilities, good awareness, and good rearing part to this year newly born babies. But other way, total spectrum is not good. It indicates that productions, one-sided productions, that is not enough to address all such type of these problems. Here there is some gap we must have to address. This slide shows that 50%, more than 50% populations of global populations are in real of this obesity. Obesity, earlier we are assuming that obesity is the cause due to this overeating, overconsumptions, but present concept says that obesity is not alone only due to this overconsumptions, overeating. It is also caused by to this micronutrient deficiency. And obese persons are not only obese, he is very prone to these high blood pressures, hypertensions. Even obese persons are very prone to these diabetes. Obese persons during COVID periods, they were very prone to these COVID infections also. And if the obesity is due to this deficiency up to this micronutrient or imbalanced nutrition, so in that gamut again we have to this look after for a very diversified foods, very good balanced foods, rich with this all sort of these micronutrient, vitamins, minerals, and all health related phytochemicals. And this micronutrient deficiency, I am not going to this or emphasize onto this or protein energy malnutrition. I am going to here emphasize the micronutrient malnutrition. That deficiency is the hidden deficiency. On that account, country is losing almost 6% of this your GDP, and that amount goes more than to this your more than 27,000 of this your crores rupees. And as per to this your recommendations are to this your NIN's reports, only 50% of this your population is the compensating, or 50% populations are only able to this or meet their micronutrients requirement. It indicates that the 50% populations are unable to this or address the micronutrient malnutrition. Almost 31% populations are deficient into this your zinc deficiency. Zinc, all we know that how that is the important micronutrient. It is a controlling agent or a number of these your enzymic related activities. Even zinc is the very powerful part to this or maintaining the immunity systems. That's why zinc is a said it is a gatekeeper of these your immune functions. And in earlier slides, I have said that almost more than 40% India's soil is deficient into this your zinc. If the soil is the deficient in the zinc, automatically whatever we are getting to this your produce, that is the deficient into this your zinc, and that has caused a very much burden to this your our growing populations on health sake, on other related issues. And in that gamut, today's this program agroforestry, and very first notion I will say that agroforestry is for the sustainable agriculture, for the very balanced agriculture, for a very nutritious agriculture. And even I will say that the future of this agriculture lies into this good forestry programs. And as morning sessions, our Honorable Director General manage and all my esteemed colleagues have this very focus that how these climatic concerns. Even Honorable DG has cited that how there is these abrupt changes into these weather conditions, sudden rise into this temperature, sudden fall and sudden these rains, all are creating to this or havoc to this your our problems. Even you look to this your other weather related to this your discrepancies, or other weather related all these your things country or these your globally we are going to face. And one major problem is going to be this your happen as in the environment to this your CO2 level is the increasing. In 2000, our CO2 level was almost 346 to 335 like ppm. And by the end of the century, we are expecting that the CO2 level will increase more than 600 ppm out. And this increasing CO2 level, how it will create anomalies, how it will create to this problem into micronutrient synthesis in most of this C3 plant. That is a very concern. And you all know that the Asian foods, all our diets are mostly comes from to this your C3 plants. So in that gamut, again we are going to this your face problems if such type of these your changes. And they show that 500 million populations will be in problem of this your irons, and 50 million populations into this year zinc 3018. This is the very very complex issues where climate is directly concerned to this your micronutrient deficiency, micronutrient malnutrition into this your world. In that whole the gamut, students might talk homestead gardening. Homestead gardening is the very holistic term, and that is the very very suitable, very conducive, and very good approach for to this your small farmers, landless, or persons who are having a very small chunk of land. There they can practice with their innovative ideas, with their very good up to this your hobby, and that such this your conversion or that such up to this your interest can pay a lot. And in present context, where we are going to this your add a number of these your components, where we are going to suggest that not only to this your kitchen gardens restricted to this your annuals, there should be some trees, there should be some this your food plants, there should be some to this your multi-purpose trees, all whatever this your daily need or to this your family's need, that can be this your meet out by to this your by that existing structures. That's why this your our this your today's programmer has found a very good term, that diversified agroforestry systems. Here we need such a good approach, such a balanced approach. And as early morning I said that the agroforestry, for that sake, it is a science that is having a good treasure of a number of to this your genotypes of this your trees. That is the nature's gift in the domain of to this your agroforestry. And here how it has been mentioned that the Asian countries may not be able to feed their projected population in the 21st century. Agroforestry system such as a home garden not only contribute to this your food security during the lean season, but also ensure the food diversity. Food diversity is the very important term, and most of the times in market are influenced with these your commercializations, and all our diet is also influenced with these your commercializations. That's why day by day our food basket is narrowing, and narrowing food basket is also is a very important cause for to this your micronutrient deficiency. As per to this your AVRDC is the Asian Vegetable Research Development Centers. Now it has come up this your bird vegetable centers at Taiwan, that has recommendations that if your intake up to these your vegetables in the whole week of more than dozens of the types, and every day if you are able to this your consume more than 5 types of these your foods, then you should assume that your health is okay. And such type of these your interventions is the only possible once you are having your very vibrant production systems. And that systems, if that is going to this your established under to this your rural areas, and that is accessible to this your very resource poor persons, then we can think that we can address such type of this your problems. Otherwise it is a very difficult to this your giving to this your health security on the purchased based food systems. Their participants, fruits and vegetables are having immense capacity, as most of these your fruit vegetables in means opposite to these your cereal crops, they are having the good number of these your health related phytochemicals. Most are laced with the number of these your pigments, and you all assume that most of these fruits and vegetables are very colorful, and this colorful means they are very good pigmented, and all sort of these your pigments are very good source of these your antioxidants. And you all know that the antioxidant is having very good capacity to this your quench to this your free radicals causing to this your cancer. And most of these your estimation says that if your daily intake of these your fruits and vegetables are good, you can avoid the 70% cause out to these your cancers. Same way for to these your heart diseases, hypertension, birth defect. Further I will say to this your come to this your cataract. Cataract is one of the very common problems of to this your eye related, and some up to this your pigment up to these your leafy vegetables. Even most of these your wild leafy vegetables are, they are very good source of to this your lutein and zeaxanthin like of this your pigment, that gives a very good strength to this your macular region up to this your retina. And once this your macular region is up to this your intact, you can avoid such type of this your eye related problems. Diabetes, you know all that in present day how it is a problem. In out of every 5 persons, one person is the real of to this your diabetes, and diabetes is the root cause of to this your number of diseases. Most of to this your legume vegetables, they are very good source of to this your avoid to this your diabetes. Osteoporosis is the another problems that is also related to this your hormone and others. But most of to this your legume vegetables are having a good check onto this osteoporosis. Obesity, as I said, that the most of these your present diets, if that is not diversified, automatically that is causing to this your obesity. And obesity doesn't come alone. Obese persons are very prone to a number of these diseases. Consuming a good amount of these fruits and vegetables, and you all know that the fruits and vegetable, except fruit, some of these fruits, most of the fruits are very good source of to these minerals, and they are free from to this any fats, and they can avoid to this obesity. Alzheimer's and Parkinson's are related to these neuron related problems, and neuron degenerating cause to this Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And most of these fruits and vegetables, they are very good source. Even most of to these underutilized legumes are very good source of to these dopa compounds, and dopa is the element that controls to these your neurons. And once your neuron is having good strength, good rich, then you can avoid to this your Alzheimer's or Parkinson's that are very difficult type of these your neuro-related problems. Dear participant, these simple slides can speak a lot, that 90% of this your vitamin C deficiency, and you all know that the vitamin C is the water soluble vitamins. And as per Indian recommendations, every day we have to this year have a 60 milligram of vitamin C. And American Dietetic Association says that if you increase to this your vitamin C intake up to this your 350 milligrams, certainly you can have a very good of its effect. And 90% dependency, 90% supplements up to this your vitamin C is the only possible from to these your fruits and vegetables. 10% are only the rest up to these your sources. So we should consume more up to these your fruits and vegetables by growing into this your home gardens, and 50% vitamin A supplements is the also possible from to these your fruits and vegetables. So in that gamut, again I will say that home garden, that is the one of the very good source for to this your providing fruits and vegetables. Today's agroforestry, as in morning sessions, Dr. Surmani and others, DG and other my speakers said, that is having such a well knitted programs where you can have a very means good job opportunity. There is the very good approach how to this your rearing your domestic animals, and much up to this your food requirements, most up to this your employment requirement, most up to this your daily expenditures you can meet out from such such a agroforestry if that program is well knitted, and that is the visible one. And other part is that how that is having a very sustainable approach, giving a very climate soothing influence, and how that is nourishing to this your our soils. That is another part of nurturing. So certainly I will say that the agroforestry is such a holistic approach where you can get a very good health, very good nutritional security. You can get a very good peace up to this your mind through having to this your involvement into this your nurturing the plants, or other way for getting a very good job opportunity for every members of to this your family, whether child to this your adult, and whether gents to this your ladies, everyone is having. And not only for that, even if you are having to this your very holistic approach to rearing to this your livestock for their feeding purpose, you can also get a very fresh up to this your fodders and feeds from your that venture up to this your. How this your such type of this your agroforestry is having potential to address present day to these your problems that is having potential to limit the carbon emission and this your sequester of to this your carbon. You all know that the trees are having to this your very good capacity for to this your carbon sequestrations, and microclimate amelioration or microclimates related changes, how it can be this your change. Trees are having very good capacities, and if such this your models is the replicated everywhere, automatically that will be giving a very good soothing effect to this your climates, and that will be very what to say green concept for to this or maintaining our ecosystems. And all we know that our present day to this your soil and water is getting number of these your challenge. Some of these your challenges related to this your pollutions and others, and in that gamut also plants are having innumerable services to this your keep our soil intact and keep our this your water free from to this your pollutants. And major up to this your forestry's role is that it's an immense potential that we are having an area up to these your species as per your suitability, as per your orientations, as per your expertise. You can opt to this your plant. And all we know that the trees are having very good, or forestry's major contribution towards is to this your enhancing to this your precipitations and mitigating to this your drought conditions. This per reports indicates that agroforestry is having maximum contribution into this your carbon sequestrations, and in present context this is having immense scope that most of these your words land that is facing to this your problems after this your means unsustainability. There is the problem of this your one or other type of these your problems, undulations to this your salinity, alkalinity, different type of this your salinizations and others. And how this your agroforestry is having to this your potentiality, you tell me that this your problems, and accordingly I will tell you to this your tree species that can survive in such a to this your difficult situations. So rather if I am coining the term that forestry is the panacea to these your problems, that will not be hard to say, or that will not be out of order to say. So that is the potential of this your forestry. This photograph indicates that Acacia manginum is the species under to this your plant of to this your family Fabaceae or legume plants, and under means with intercropping or beneath up or in that set, there are a number of crops that are very good. Nature's, that is the nature's beauty that has given a number of crops that are having a very good survival under to this your set conditions, and in fact under set conditions their potentials are many times better as compared to these your open field conditions. Such as this your turmeric. Once this your turmeric is grown under to these your set conditions, automatically its curcumin content is higher, and curcumin content is the having maximum potential part to this your commercial or to this your medicinal purpose. And that is why that anywhere where this your such type of this your hilly tracts are there, there is the good coverage up to these means plants, and under that if cultivation of this your turmeric is done, as is the case up to this your NES region, Meghalaya, we get a very good quality up to this your turmeric. And same way most of these your colocaceas, whether that is the colocaceas number or colocaceas or tapioca or to this your different type of other this your species, whether elephant popium or like that, they also are having very good capacity to this or survive under to this your means set conditions. So if any grower is having any doubt or any having such type of this your means things that if I am going to cover my soil with this your such type of this your perennial trees, how we can go far to this your other crops. So here is the options. Option is the very good and such of these your crops are having very good potentials, and such a spices that are having a very good yield under to these your such conditions and can give you to this your very remunerative price. These photographs again shows how this your green lustrous crop up to this your colocasia and green lustrous crop up to this your elephant foot yam under to this your good green canopy up to this your different forest trees. Dear participants, repeatedly I will say that this is our this your myth. Many times we think that under to this your big tree canopies there will be very less survival of to this your crops, but nature has given a number of crops, and that is only your wisdom, that is only your intelligentsia, and that you can opt a very beautiful crops provided that you are having a, such a knowledge, such a this your interest to opt. Here you look to this your colocasia, even elephant foot yam. My own experience is that if these crops are grown under to these your shade conditions, their tonnage are very high, and most of the times they are free from to a number of diseases also. So such type of these practices we may opt to this your. I was just searching to this or literature up to this or Bangladesh. You know that the Bangladesh is the humid conditions and their population, their land holding is also very small. And as these are humid climates, so they are having a number of these your plantation crops, whether that is the this or arka nut to this your coconut to this your this your banana. They are all growing to this your in a very mixed manner, and many times they are creating to these your water bodies, and surrounding to these your water bodies they have planted to this your arkanut coconut, and in between to this your arkanut and coconut they are raising a number of to these your vegetables. So very mixed approach, very sustainable approach. Even in water bodies they are rearing to these your fishes, and once this your planting has been done onto this your bank of to this your water bodies or to this your water harvesting tanks, so automatically that gives to this your that checks to this your evaporations, and many times whatever this your plant has been planted onto this your banks, that gives a good feed to this your fishes, and surrounding a very good and very cushioning effect and very soothing effect part to this your flourishing to this your number of vegetations. And such approach really is very appreciable, and that is very rewarding to this your local peoples by means knitting a number of these your components. They are enjoying to this your their means food habits, and they are getting to this your very good income in the market also. Banana, I have found that in most of to these your humid places, they grow to this your banana near to this your water bodies, and along with this your banana, they put to this your number of forest trees. I think major purpose of to their to this your avoid to this your keeping to this your major trees, avoid to this your or to this your suppress to this your wind, and because the wind happens to this your problems or to this your bananas, this your very delicate pseudo stems. So very mixed type of this cropping where perennial trees are there and bananas are there, and banana face a very good market into, and all type of this your banana they grow, such as desert type of where good number of these your varieties they are having, dark Cavendish, Grand Nane. Grand Nane, you all know that the tissue culture banana is having to this national acceptance, and in some areas in tribal areas even they grow part to this your Nandran like to this your culinary banana, where they use part to this your vegetable purpose. Even culinary banana is also good part to this your chips making. And here what I am showing to this your Kaveri Kanya, that is a variety has been developed onto this your our NRC banana 3C, that is resistant to this your high wind conditions. So such type of this your can be taken. There is the big list of to this your banana varieties recommended part to this your different states, state right from to this your north to this your south, such as a dwarf Cavendish. It is a good group of to this your desert banana, and recommended right from Maharashtra, Gujarat to this your all Andhra Pradesh to this your NS region, and Grand Nane all over India, that is the tissue cultured banana. Same way, all these your good name up to this your different type of this your ruling varieties, and it's a preference into this your different parts. Udham is the new variety. In fact, that has been developed onto this your NRC Trichy banana, NRC banana and Trichy. That is a recommended part to this your Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Tripura. So one component that is the banana into this your humid areas under to this your diversified agroforestry systems, good for to this your as a vegetable purpose, good for to this your market purpose, and it gives a, it is a good fodder also for to this your different livestocks. Friends, vitamin C, as I said, that the vitamin C is the one of the very essential vitamins, water soluble vitamins, and vitamin C avoid a number of these diseases. And as I said, that the water soluble vitamin C every day almost we have to consume to this 60 milligram of this vitamin C. Vitamin C is a major source of to this citrus fruits, and every day or means weekly or to this or purchasing to this or citrus fruit from to this your market, it becomes to this your tough job, difficult jobs. Many times you are having the money, but purchasing every day, it becomes to this your difficult. My simple suggestions is for each and everyone who is listening to this or my talk. If you are having a just means a small kitchen garden and you are going to plant a single tree out to this your coxy lime, or single plant up to this your awesome lemon or lemon trees, and lemon trees survival is very good, very good. That is the very prolific bearer into this your humid conditions, but lime comes well under to this your all arid and semi-arid conditions, and coxy lime such as a good variety, that is the very ruling variety all over to this your country, that is and recently some of to this your good of this your varieties has been developed, such as Balaji, that is the very means common into this or Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. Rasraj is the variety from to this your HR recommended part to this your Karnataka conditions. And in case of one seedless lime, that is in fact a Palestinian lime or to this your Tahiti lime. Here you don't get to this your seeds inside to this your means fruits, and the size is also very big, very bright yellow color. Slightly its acidity is the less, and that is also preferred into this your different states such as Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Karnataka. Lemon, in fact, lime is the very regulated up to this your bearing, while this your lemon is having a very important characteristics that round the years it comes into this your bearing. And I have been into this your NS region, northeastern regions. In all this your, I have seen that right from to this your Assam to all 7 sister states, and they are having very good preference in their backyard for to this or going to this your lemon. Single plants, if you put to this your lemon, and for the whole family you can harvest to this your lemon, and for that sake Assam lemon, that is the very famous, and others are to this your such as Pant lemon part to this your these areas, and Eureka, that is the also one up to this your famous variety. Friends, pineapple, that is very important fruits up to this humid regions, and NS region is the home, rather I will say, part of this your pineapple. There they grow in plenty of, and ruling variety is the Q, giant Q, Queen, and Mauritius. And major problem up to this your pineapple cultivation is that once you are having a sparse planting, there happens the problems up to this your means ripening problems. Upper portions get to this very means sparkling color and overripe, but lower portions is the not such way. And in that conditions, if you are coming to this your double row up to this your planting, so double row plantings give to this your means in double row planting you narrow the space, and narrowing the space gives to this your straight way movement up to this your leaves, and that way leaves cover to this your whole up to this your roots, and that's why this your ripening right from top to this your bottom, there is the very uniform way. Such type of this your double row planting is the very advisable part to this your growers. And secondly, once you are coming to this your planting after this your pineapple between these your perennial trees, certainly that gives you one added advantage, means your crop is also well protected into this your set conditions, and very regulated. There is the ripening, very good way ripening, and very soothing effect part to this your raising to this your pineapple. And in the northeastern regions and some of these your southern parts, their growers are very accustomed to this grow pineapple into this orchard of this jackfruit. And in home garden or kitchen garden, papaya happens to be one of the very preferred fruits for its due to its very short durations, very good bearing capacity, and very it requires a very less of this your space. And in country we have got a number of these good varieties, and this photograph shows to this your Pusa Nanna. It is one of these ruling variety that was bred by to Dr. Mansaram. Still that variety is having this good acceptance among to this your growers, very sturdy it's a plants and very good up to this your bearing capacity. As I said, these are plants up to this your annual natures, and very few up to these your leaves. So between the species you can grow a number of to these your crops, and if such type of this your venture is taken, even you are going part to this your vegetable pea to or any to this your seed spices or any such type of this your crops, certainly that is a 1+1 advantage part to this your raising to this your getting a one cash crop up to this your papaya, and others your secondary crops are to this your main crops also. Presently people's preference has been very much part to this your red lady, a very red pan up to this your face, and recently ISR has bred up to this your very good ruling variety, that is the Arka Prapat and Arka Surya, that can be preferred by part of this year growers into this year for in kitchen gardens. Guava is the very sturdy crop, and it is having such a survival conditions into this your arid to semi arid to this your humid conditions everywhere. Guava's survival is the very good. And CISS Lucknow Central Institute of Subtropical Horticulture has released two variety, Lalit red fleshed one to this your Sweta white fleshed one, and apart from CISS for number of these varieties, Arka Kiran red fleshed and Arka Resmi red fleshed, and Arka Purna and white fleshed, and Arka Mridula that have been released from to this your IHR. And as I said that the guava is the very hardy crops. Even you can go out to this your row planting at a distance up to this your 3 meters, and between the species can be utilized for it to this your number up to this your spices, number of vegetable crops, even a number of good field crops also can be utilized. Such are these your very good ruling varieties, very good preferred varieties have been bred by to this your our ICR Institute, IHR and CISH, that can be preferred by to this your growers for to this your plantings. For Bundelkhand regions where arid climate persist, problem of to this your water shortage, and we don't have to this your plenty of to this your irrigation facilities. So our preference for such a hardy plant, fruit plants, that is required. And in that case, Amla's survival is the very good. And at our farm of RLBCAU, we have planted Amla, and um, in Kafri also there is a good planting of this your Amla. And Amla based agroforestry, that is a very rewarding part to this your Bundelkhand regions. Between to this your Amla rows, you can go far to this your planting up to this your number of these your crops. And during winter seasons, if you are going far to this or taking the vegetable tea, certainly that gives a very good this your remunerative price under to this your Amla plants. And Amla, you all know that the Amla is having a number of to this your, it's a medicinal importance, and it's a this your processing products. And only one my suggestions for to this your for a grower's sake, that will be that always once you are selecting to this your varieties, always you have to this your good combinations of pollinizers also. So not go for to this your only one type or monotype of to this your only one variety. You must have to this your good pollinizers also. Always have a good combinations of varieties such as Krishna. So you go for to this your Kanchans, and there are very good pollinizers even in one orchard. If you are having a one or two plants out of this your Sakaya, that is playing a very good role into this your as a pollinizer. So such type of this your means exposure, or such type of this your awareness must be while you are going to this your planting session. In morning sessions, Mani and DG also was citing, and Dr. Mani Saab, Subramani Saab was citing a very success story of South India, where jackfruit has given a very rewarding, has given a very good rewards, are very good to this your means return to this your one companies he was citing. In fact, jackfruit comes very well throughout to this your country, and in the NEH regions, jackfruits plenty of productions. You look to this your Tripura, there is a plenty of production of this your Tripura. In fact, there is the problem only to this your value additions, or to this your such as management problem of to this your jackfruit. Jackfruit is having immense potentials, and one very good products after this your jackfruit can be developed, such as chips after this your unripe fruits that can be converted part to this your chips making. And jackfruit chips is as good as to this your tapioca chips, or to this your potato chips, and that is having to this your good means market acceptability up to this your chips. And here flow chart indicates that how you can go part of this you're making up to this your jackfruit chips. And further, it's this your value additions can be made up to this your ripe fruits, part to this your jackfruit wine making, or such type of this your interventions can be made. Friends, jackfruits woods are also having to this your very good up to this your means acceptance as a wood, and its specific gravity is the 0.6 to 0.7. That indicates that is the good up to this your wood quality, and its grain is the deeply interlocked, and such type of this your grain structure up to this your wood that avoid to this your cracking up to this your woods. That is a very good attributes, are very good quality up to this your woods that can be this your it is utilized. Even it's a this your very vigorous or very voluminous roots inside once this your plant is this your means died, or after to this your means old plants roots can be also utilized for to this your carving, or to this your making different type of this your pictures. And a plant is just so multi-purpose way that its leaves are very good fodders. It is having good digestible protein, crude protein, and TDN, and very good fodder part to this your goats and other small ruminant animals. So that is the beauty. Even it's this foliage, and that is giving a good tonnage as this fodder. So plant is a very useful and part of this forestry purpose. In northeastern India, where people are having to this one practice, they go for to this pineapple planting in the orchard of to this jackfruits, where there is the this give jackfruit gives a good shade, and in beneath the shades, this jackfruits fruit quality develops in very good way. That is one of this added advantage of this pineapple planting in the jackfruit orchards. Friends, in today's whole deliberations we are very much concerned about to this climatic concerns, how we are giving to this carbon footprint to this our systems. And in that gamuts, certainly I will say that once you are promoting your food habit by to this raising a fruits, raising a fresh fruits and vegetables in your kitchen garden, your backyard gardens, or in your cultivated lands, certainly that gives a less footprint, carbon footprint as compared to this your non-veg habits. Here you look to this your how this your mutton or to this your other is giving to this your maximum carbon footprint, and here banana, apple, and other this your plantation crops, that is the very means climate friendly crops. And same way, once you are in your diet, if you are having such a good pyramid where you are taking a plenty of to this your fruits and vegetables, and proportion of to this your non-veg item is good, non-veg item is less, certainly that is the very climate friendly this your approach. And we all should opt such type of this your our food habit, that is a very good part of this your nature sake, and that our means individual approach can give you very good health and can give a very good soothing effect to this your climate also. And again, I will say that today's this your deliberation is the very holistic approach, where we are taking a very small interventions, but small interventions are having to this your capacity to address a number of these your problems, global problems. As we all know that the UN has set to this your 17 sustainable goals that we have to this your meet out to this your by 2030, and number of to these your goals such as no poverty, zero hungers, climate change 13 and 14, SDG, life below waters, and all these number of these your goals are directly related to this your our activities up to this your related to this your farming, to this your agroforestry, are such a good balance. If we are going to this your opt, certainly that will be able to this your even winning positions to this your address all these issues. Again, I am coming to this your one of the very important plant, that is the domestic, and that plant is having a multiple health benefit. That is the miracle tree. I will say that it's a leaves, it's a this or fruits, it's a this or flowers, it's wood, all are having a immense potentials. Its fruits are laced with a number of this or medicinal benefits. Leaves are very rich into this your vitamin A, means vitamin A content, iron contents, and some of to this your it's medicinal means values are very much. And few might be knowing that some of these species are having very high oil content, and its oil is the edible oil and frictionless oil, and it's a one up to this or genotypes Moringa Dauhardai that is having to this or 35% to this or oil content. Such type of this or oil is having very good scope for to this or number of very sophisticated instruments such as to this your watches or to this your black box or to this your aeroplane where such type of this your frictionless oil is required. And I have compiled one very good literature onto this your domestic that is available. And good up to this or it's moringas diversities into this your African countries almost 12 type of to this or species are available. And Moringa Dauhardai, as I was mentioning, that is having 35% oil content. And one of its varieties species Moringa longituba, it is having to this or very red pigmented. It's a this or petal very good part to this or even Moringa's general planting, if this are done, that is a good part to this or fodder crops. And during scorching summer conditions, that it comes with this your green up to this your process, and very rich up to this or it's leaves into this or as a leafy vegetable, and it's a full pots part to this your even very number up to this your value added products are even CFTRI has given to this your technology for processing up to this your very specific type of biscuits that is supplied to this your our army personnel who are serving to this your very in chilling cold conditions of Siachen glaciers, where domestic leaves and to this your gram flours to this your biscuits has been prepared. And this plant is, as it is having a very fast growth up to this your it's this regenerating, and number up to this your apart from perennial varieties, number of annual type of this your moringa has been developed onto this your Kerala Agriculture University PKM1 and PKM2, and that are means very good tonnage, very good its yield potentials, and even a good program that is based on to this your moringa based agroforestry has been launched into this your Paris, France. And so plant is having such, and this crop is having immense potential for arid to semi-arid conditions, and especially for to this your Bundelkhand region. This crop I find that is a very useful, and there should be massive plantation up to this your domestic. And how good up to this year it's a carbon sequestration capacity, almost 17 tons up to this year carbon sequestration in monoculture, while into this year mixed farming, that is the 541 kg after this year carbon sequestration. It's a fast regenerating capacity, indicates that plant is the very having very good potentials, very hardy crops. And dear participants, I will say that in agroforestry and in modified or these or diversified farming systems, we can take a number of these your hardy legume vegetables they are having for northeastern regions, for Indonesia, Burma regions. This winged bean, that is having very good potential. It's this your rhizomatous roots are edible. It's this your leaves in Indonesia they people use for leafy vegetables, and it's very feathery pods that is very nutritious. Only problem happens part to this or it's a long gestation period where there is attention up to these breeders are needed to season. And these two varieties, these two species, Cannavelia gladiata and Cannavelia ensiformis, jackbean and swordbean, they are very hardy plants, and they are having immense capacity to survive under to this very adverse drought conditions. We have experimented with to this Cannavelia ensiformis jackbean in our RLBCAU's farm, and we have got a multiple benefit of to this crops where that is having to this survival under to this very stony and very rough tough soils. And secondly, that is it's a pot at early stage is edible, and in the later phase it's a pot can be utilized for to this fodder purpose, where our scientists are working in collaboration with to this IGFRI. Same way, there are velvet bean that is having a excellent medicinal properties. Even number of to this your Ayurvedic firms are utilizing the potential of to this your velvet bean mukna. There are several species, 32 species has been counted into this your India. Mostly to this your mukna prurens is grown, and only problem of to this your mukna prurens is it's itching. Though there are some species they are having less itching, but its medicinal importance is the very much. Mukna is the very good source of to this your dopa. Earlier to this your most of Ayurvedic firms were utilizing to this your BCF Hava as a part to this your dopa purpose for medicinal extraction. But now they are promoting or they are going for to this your velvet bean or what we say kiwach in Hindi or to mukna. And that is a very good source of dopa. Dopa, you all know that very good medicine for to this your addressing the problems of Alzheimer's and to this your Parkinson's disease. I have given a good literature, a whole book that is addressing a number of this your good coverage on to this your velvet bean on different aspects. Apart from beans, there are some perennial cucurbits also, and here the Mumadka dioica and Cochin sinensis, what we say to this your sweet gourd of Assam and Kapoda Mumadka dioica. I have found that in the Bundelkhand regions, mostly in the forest areas, into this your abandoned areas, roadsides, into this your neglected place, this your Mumadka dioica comes into this your very well. Mumadka dioica presently in the Bundelkhand, there is not into this your cultivated land, mostly comes into this your from to this your forest sites. And this vegetable is a very nutritious vegetable due to its very high calcium content and other mineral rich property. During early harvest in the month of August, September, in markets comes it to more than 100 to 200 rupees up to this year kg. No organized effort has been made for to this or its selection of varieties for its this or propagational studies. And this plant is the dioecious in nature. So selecting to this or both type of this or plants for to this or planting purpose, that is the very important. We have done at our earlier experiment at IAVR Varanasi and at RLBCAU, some collection has been made, and shortly will come to some up to this or put up to this or genotype that can be popularized. If any grower is interested, can contact to our vegetable persons into this College of Horticulture and Forestry. Friends, in morning talks, DG, I appreciate to this your DG's talk that he was in opinion that this agroforestry should be somewhere linked with such type of this or venture where that can be a remunerative agroforestry, that can be rewarding agroforestry, that can give you some to this or income generating agroforestry. And in that gamut, I will say that the present days this your agroforestry venture where we are going to this your grow means raise trees and number of crops and to this fruits, vegetables. If we are converting whole this your agroforestry program into organic domain, where there we can be where will be in the very comfortable positions as we are getting a very cushioning effect up to this or very means microclimates, very good litter up to this or perennial trees. In that gamut, if we change our strategies with the good of this your smartness, we can level whole up to this your our produce with this your organic level, where we can get a very good this your premium price of our produce. And globally there has been a very good demand after this your organic produce. You look to this your earlier how this your there was a very less awareness, and presently we are having 74.9 million hectare area under to this your organic, and same way to this your organic produce demand, how that is 2000, that was the only 18 billion US dollar market, and in 20 years it has gone to this $129 billion up to this markets. So if there is the good craze up to this organic produce, nobody want to compromise on the health issues, and that's why this most of to this organic purchaser are into this developed countries who are able to this afford to this premium price. So in that gamut, such type of India like developing countries or Asian countries are having very bright scope to this bring agroforestry all their production into this organic domains. This all this figure shows that how there is the craze for to this. Secondly, agroforestry's homestead model is a very conducive model for to this or going to this or developing a different organic components. And as I said or narrated to this or northeast models or into this or that models can be taken to this or in very difficult zones also, and taking to this your ponds and taking to this your perennial trees, and between the trees there should be this your planting up to this or means in this agroforestry models we have to this your bring to this your vermicomposting, and that can open a new directions or a new help for to this your organic productions or to this your natural farming. All this means a very good approach lies, and this approach gives a very good job opportunities, very good health to this your our soils, as this your vermicompost are rich into this your different to this your micronutrients and other enzymic things. And its a vermivash is also very good to this your enhancing to this your pollination and to this your fruit seeds due to its this your PGVR activities. Friends, again, I will say that present day to this your agroforestry model have to tag with this your other components where we can add to this your beekeeping, trees with bees, and bees and trees. Such type of these your combinations will be very holistic approach, and that can enhance and that can change to this your total facet of to this your fruit sets into this your and can enhance to this your multiple yield up to this your our crops. And you all know that the 30 at least 30% of the 1500 crop plant species depend on pollination by bees only. And if we are having such a this your very well knitted, very conducive agroforestry models, they are this your raising to this your bees, certainly that will give a very good, as I narrated for to this your domestic or such type of this your plants that attracts a good number of this your bees. And very good efforts country has taken part to this your providing to this your beehives up to this your Apis mellifera, that is the very good and other species also, but Apis mellifera that has given. And such type of approach where we want a very holistic approach to address all our these your challenges in a very holistic manner. So our production system should also have a very close eyes onto this your environment and its a nutrition, economic and socio-cultural. If all these issues are to this your address in the holistic manner, same way productions, consumptions also, and better to address to this your micronutrient deficiency, broadening to this your means of food habit, broadening means your food basket should be quite rich. Such type of this your means very integrated, very holistic approach is needed that will give a very sound health, and as well as that will give a very conducive effect to this your our production systems, and that will be also be this your climate friendly. So these all issues we have to this your bring together into this your our sustainable diets. And if such a this your approach is made, Certainly, in that, addressing to this number of issues, this diversified agroforestry, dynamic and diversified agroforestry that will address to this your economic security, environmental security, and once we have to this your in present day, we have to give a very much emphasis on to this your environmental security also, and plus employment security. So if we are bringing such a this or dynamic and diversified agroforestry that will address all these three issues, that is the in present day, that is the very burning issues: economic security, environmental security, and employment security. A very innovative approach, very holistic approach, and here such approach where a resource poor people can opt very well and can can play a very giant role into this your addressing the number of national, international, and very complex issues of this your climatic concern, health issues, and sustainability of this your agriculture, and to this your global health problems like to this your issues. So with these words, I thanks to this your organizers, and particularly my colleague, Dr. M.J. Dobrial Sahab, Dr. R.P. Yadav Sahab, for giving me opportunity to this your share my to this your experiences in it's 4 days after this your training programs, and I wish a program a very grand success. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such a wonderful and very informative lecture on home garden-based agroforestry. Now, I request if the participants want to ask some queries, 1 or 2 queries. Okay, if no queries, then I thanks to Dean sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey sir, for delivering such a nice lecture, and I think it has enlightened to all the participants about the significance of home gardens and how these home gardens are helpful in diversified production, and beside diversified production they are very helpful in nutritional as well as in the food security of this burgeoning population. Sir has mentioned many crops like drumstick, jackfruit, which are very important for these home gardens, and they through these kind of crops and multi-layered home gardens, the farmers can generate more income besides combating to the climate change. So I thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such a wonderful lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving.
Now this is one information for the participant that now the morning session we end here, and in the afternoon at 2 p.m. at sharp 2 p.m. you all participants are requested to join.
Sir, one request from participants, sir. Actually, the presentation is excellent.
Okay.
But we request the organizers to share the PowerPoint presentation, sir.
Okay,
so
okay. We
it's
that
very much useful.
Okay, Doctor Bhaskare.
Yes, sir. Bhaskare, yeah.
M. Bhaskare will collect all the presentation and we will share with you.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sir, Dobrial sir, if you want to.
No, just only in afternoon again at 2 o'clock it will start.
Okay, okay.
So
I have informed all the participants that at
and they will get a feedback form after in the evening after the lecture, and they have to return it by filling that is feedback come attendance form. So on that basis only we will issue the certificates. Okay, thank you.
कितना बज गया?
1 बज गया, लंच टाइम होगा।
तो करें डॉक्टर साहब?
Sir, should we start, sir?
Yes, please.
So, so now we have the second lecture of this training program, that is Agroforestry for Promotion of Climate Smart Diversified Farming System in Bundelkhand region. The lecture is Bamboo-based Agroforestry in Bundelkhand region. This lecture, for this lecture, we have speaker Dr. Manmohan Dobriyal, Professor and Head Forestry, RLBCAU, Jhansi. Before proceeding further, let me introduce to sir. Sir has a quite good experience in the field of agroforestry. Sir has worked for approximately 20 years in the field of agroforestry and forestry as a teaching. In the field of teaching, sir has served various organizations like College of Horticulture and Forestry as assistant professor. Then sir moved to Navsari Agriculture University as associate professor, and presently sir is working in RLBCAU as a professor and head forestry. Sir has many publications and awards in his name, and sir has guided many students, both MSc and PhD students. So without taking much time, now I invite Professor Manmohan J. Dobriyal and request to deliver the lecture on bamboo-based agroforestry in the Bundelkhand region. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. R.P. Yadavji. So, in fact, the lecture was on Bundelkhand region, but it generalized the bamboo-based agroforestry all over the country in general. So, as we know that nowadays the more emphasis after the 2017 when the bamboo was declared no more a tree under the 1927 Forest Act by modification in that section 7, section 2, the bamboo is removed from the tree species in the agricultural landscape. And which was the major motive was to make more cultivation or more utilization of the bamboo like any agriculture crops, or so there will be no timber transit rule, felling rule will be applied to bamboo. And we were hoping that with this the bamboo will come more on the farmland, and farmers can increase their income by the bamboo based farming. So that was the major objective. So we all know that, so I divided in some points on the basis that what is the bamboo resource available with us and as a country, then bamboo diversity, ecological and economic perspectives of bamboos on agricultural landscape, bamboo-based agroforestry, bamboo resources management and utilization, and then societal interaction, livelihoods, planning, integration activities, and way ahead. So, as if you see that the bamboo so it's also called the poor man's timber, also the green gold, and various other names has been given. It's play a very crucial role, especially in the rural economy, where it's attached with the socioeconomic status of the people, and many communities, especially tribal communities, are associated with these bamboos. And also traditionally they are utilizing this bamboo for their livelihood. The bamboo utilized for versatile various uses because of the versatile property, right from the housing, food, and other handicrafts. Globally, if you see that there are more than 1,200 species covering 90 genres, and globally 2.5 billion people are in the trade of this bamboo. One way or other way, they are utilizing the bamboo. And in India itself, around more than 2 million people are directly engaged with the bamboo related activities, cultivation to its utilization. India is the second largest in the world after the China, where we have the 130 species, 125 around indigenous and 11 exotics as per the INMAR. And major species, the important genres which India accommodated is around an area that is in mainly temperate region, then bambusa, Chimna bambusa, Dendrocalamus, Dinocloa, Xanthocola, and Phallostachys. As I already told, the bamboo is no longer a tree outside a forest or in non-forest areas, but in forest area still it will have all the regulations of the tree farming. Then it's after the restrictions on the felling, transport, and the commercial use has been restricted. But still, it is demand that bamboo to be produced, to be considered as a other agriculture produce. So you can have some support price and some other promotional activities like in other agriculture produce. So maybe that in the future, we can hope for that. We know that it has the various versatilities of right from medicinal value, food source, arts, culture, building, rural economy, ecosystem services, carbon sequestration. So you can see the diversified uses of this bamboo, and once it will incorporate in the agriculture landscape, obviously it will give the diversified products. If you see the bamboo production, that is in around 402 million tons, that is consisting 63% green part and 34% of the dry sound bamboo, covering an around of 15 million hectare. Previously it was 16, and last what the FSI is saying in 2019 and 2021 survey, more than 1 million hectare area is reduced, and that reduced mainly in the MP and Maharashtra, while in other tribal states have been increased. They contribute about the 12.8% of the total forest cover of India. So their role is also in the greening India because of the forest cover. Maximum area of the bamboo as per the Forest Survey of India 2021 report, maximum area is under the MP 1.8 million hectare, followed by Arunachal, Maharashtra, and Odisha. Though total area increased in MPA by 2019 compared to this year. We also had a separate national bamboo missions, so promotion of that, and also under National Agroforestry policy, there was created one National Agroforestry and Bamboo Board, but still its functionality is not well known, but it's there. And after in 2018, government again structured the bamboo national bamboo missions, and making a mission to envisage the promoting holistic growth of the bamboo sector by adopting the area-based regionally differentiated strategy for the different bamboo areas. And they also merged it with the bamboo applications with this mission. Slide is not moving.
No, sir, slides not moving.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. So we know that the forest cover is already told that around more than 12% is by the bamboo cover. So if you see the Forest Survey of India current report, and if you see that in that the TOF is around 29.29 million hectare. In this 29.29 million hectare, 15 million hectare is contributed by the bamboos. And if you see that the areas of TOF maximum in the Maharashtra, followed by Odisha, Karnataka, and in other union territories, and 8.191%. That is the total geographical area under the TOF. And if you see the total contribution of TOF in the, that is 36.18%. but still a long way to go, because as per the National Forest Policy, we have to reach 3%. So bamboo can play a vital role in this increasing the cover. I don't know why it's stuck in. So if you see the most of the distribution of the bamboo, that is in the northeastern states and eastern India, and this
Slides are not moving, sir.
some problem. Just share it again, otherwise. Visible?
Visible, sir.
Not in that mode, no?
No, not in slide share mode.
Okay. So if you in the bamboo distribution, you see that we have the bamboo area on this 15 million hectares. Out of that, 400 million tons in MP, Arunachal Pradesh, Maharashtra. We are the major one, and we know that our forest cover is 24.62%. So that was now. If in India we see that where the states which are doing the very good expansion in the bamboo cover. So I already told the maximum area is under the MP and then followed by Maharashtra. But the percentage area or the maximum start that's in the Mizoram was increase the area in the bamboo, and similarly some other northeastern Nagaland also is increasing, and other states also now increasing the bamboo under the non-forest areas. Because we are in Bundelkhand, so Bundelkhand forms part of the 7 districts of MP and 7 districts of the UP. So if you see the status of the bamboo in the UP and MP, so in growing stock in the bamboo bearing areas is around 13.04% in the MP, and similarly, but in case of the UP, it is very less than 1%. And similarly, if you see in the terms of the total green weight equivalent, so it's 14,000 tons, and here it is 51. But the area is is for 974. Madhya Pradesh bamboo is grown approximately in 20,867 square kilometer area, which covers around the 13.04% of the total growing bamboo stock. So you can imagine that how much the this bamboo is available in MP. If you see in the Bundelkhand, the 7 districts, in that the Chhatarpur, Damoh, and these districts are having the more bamboo cover compared to this. In Uttar Pradesh, if you see the bamboo, it is grown only 1,234 square kilometer area, so very less, and that's why it is only 0.77% of the total country's growing stock of the bamboo. So in UP, there is much scope of the expanding the bamboo based farming. The forest cover in the last 2 years means in UP MP part of Bundelkhand. If you see that UP part, we have the area around this geographical area is 29417 square kilometer, where the forest is only 81. And in MP part, but you see that the MP part is having 271 square kilometer of the forest areas. And if is the total, if you see that the percent of the, so UP part only having 3.9% of the forest area, where the MP part having 13.26 areas. And this the area where the total of the forest cover need to be emphasized again in the UP area of Bundelkhand, there is more need to have the green cover. And there again, the contribution, if you see the total 17% in Bundelkhand, both MP and UP part if you are taking, so 17% is only under the tree cover. So there is need to increase that area. And again, there the role of the bamboo forest, the bamboo plantations can play more role. This is a land use pattern of the MP part of this. If you see the notified forest area this, so that is around 13%. Even Panna having 42%, where the Panna Tiger Reserve is mainly there, where the Damo is having 36% and the Sagar 29%. So it somewhat good means good conditions. It is more than 25 in most of the areas except the Tikamgarh. So that is even the thing. And cultivable wasteland is also available very less because most of the in this nation, then grazing land is also is there. Non-agriculture. So these are the gray areas where we can go for the bamboo plantations. Non-agriculture use also these kind of cultivable wastelands. There it can be done. Land use in UP, if you see that, then notified forest land is very less, 6.9% in Jhansi, 15% Lalitpur. I think Lalitpur and Chitrapur, these are two having the maximum forest area, that is 16.4% and 15%. Rest other Bundelkhand area having very less of the tree cover. Forest cover, and also the cultivable wasteland is somewhat higher side in this, especially in Lalitpur, they are 11.9. So these again area, there is also non-agriculture use land maximum in the Moba. So even so that around 10.9% area is under the non-agriculture used. So that can be again brought under the this kind of. We know the mainstay of the Bundelkhand is agriculture, and but the topography is the poor soil, undulated topography, rocks, boulders. These all really poor productivity and improper land distribution, lack of irrigation facilities, unscientific cultivation. These are some hindrances which not touch the modern methods of the agriculture in this Bundelkhand region. Cropping system, oilseed and pulses has the major potential beyond the traditional crops, but besides that, rice, wheat, jowar, these are also grown some along with some coarse millets, gram. These are there. Groundnut also one of the major crop. Then organic farming scope is there in Bundelkhand, and little timber production in Bundelkhand. So good teak forests are found in Sagar and Damo district, small patches. Bamboo we found in small patches across the region, but not having well distributed. So if you see the land use pattern, the Bundelkhand except that they are approximately lower than the UP Bundelkhand, around 17% cultivable land in the Bundelkhand, 5% in the MP Bundelkhand is fallow. So that fallow land to be required to under the cultivation. And there again, for initial stages, we can go for the agroforestry interventions in those areas. Again, you see this area of the this Bundelkhand, again, the 80% of the farming households own the less than 2 hectares. So land holding is very less in most of the farmers. So they are in the small and marginal farmers. And again, it is area is more climate sensitive in agriculture, that makes the more risk prone. So when the area is more risk prone, so we have been talking about now climate change and how the climate change can be mitigated through the agroforestry interventions, so making the sustainable agriculture and which ultimately make evergreen agriculture. So that's because we are in the process to promote the agroforestry in one form or other form, so that the more the perennials are in the farm, that will become more climate resilient agroforest systems. And because for that we need a crop or a perennial component which has the little bit faster growth, well adaptability, and having the more utility, more diversified uses for the rural livelihoods. Because many industrial trees which have the specialized uses, so farmers cannot utilize for the broader gains. So for that purpose, they need to be such a species which can grow. So that's why the bamboo can play a vital role. We know that bamboo require 4 or 5 years in the of first harvest, and if you grown from offsets, and if you raise from the seedlings, then it may require more than 7 years. And bamboo-based agroforestry is very wide, utilized for raising the intercrops, can grow for longer period times. If you can properly manage, it can adopt all kind of interventions, agri-silviculture, agri-silvipasture, and even the agri-silvi-horticultural system. We can have the wind block plantation, windbreak, repair and filter, permaculture. Different kind of models can be adopted with the bamboo crops, and different height and growth can promote this. Because the species selected agroforestry model should be have the light crown and as a Dendrocalamus or Polystichus or Hyrostichus species, but other also can be added to that we need to the management practices. Yes, that is another quality of the bamboo. It can grow in marginal degraded lands. As I shown in Bundelkhand, we have the more availability of these kind of cultivable wastelands and also the fallow lands. So that can be put under these bamboo plantation, elevated grounds along with the field burns and river banks. Then 2/3 of the growing stock of the bamboos in the country is available in the northeast. We know that 50% constitute actually the northeast and eastern part itself. The main genre in India that is already told, the Ornaria, Bambusa, Silvophystichum, Bambusa, Dendrocalamus. So these are the some of the commons, and even we have the exotic genres. We also have in bamboo, one is the clump forming bamboos that constitute around 67% of the total growing stock. So these clump forming bamboo, these are the more in the practice of the cultivation, out of which the Dendrocalamus structus itself has the more than 45% followed by the Bambusa bambus and Dendrocalamus hamiltoni, then Bambusa tulda and Bambusa pallida. So most of them, except the Dendrocalamus strictus and Bambusa bambus, has the most of the subtropical or tropical presence, even in the semi-arid zone also. But other also in the Tulda and Pallida, also generally in the northeastern states only. Hamiltoni also had some humid pockets. Yes. Bamboo-based agroforestry, important role in the productivity, sustainability, and resource conservation. In short time span, it can be planting, harvest for versatility of uses, right from the edible products to the building materials. So household items can be everything. Then growth rate is the 3 times in the eucalyptus. So that's how you can see that even in the, if somewhat means irrigated facilities get so in the during the peak summer period, it can prove its worth. Basic tenant of agroforestry that polyculture and it can be resilience, natural ecology is possible benefit for the wider economic agroforestry. These bamboo plants. Bamboo agroforestry maximize this functionality by integrating the other production of the crops, shrubs, even the trees also, and to provide all the securities, livelihood security, food security, and the shelter and ecological security. So the bamboo generates bamboo generate plenty of oxygen also because of the high concentration synthetic rates. Also, when ultraviolet radiations increase permeability of the soil due to the surface runoff. So it is very good soil binder. Basically, it was first introduced for that purpose, soil conservation purpose only, and later it was found that it improved the agricultural landscape. It's seen as a bamboo-based agroforestry model into the ecological parameters, especially in the degraded areas. We also trying some interventions in the through the bamboo-based agroforestry. We done around in 2 hectare areas this bamboo plantation through the directly rhizome planting during the rainy seasons, and we also morning Dr. A.K. Pandey, Dean sir was telling that we are we trying for jack bean. So this is the jack bean we have grown with the bamboo in initial year because that is a leguminous fodder tree fodder crop, and that having very resistance for this. So we can have a very good soil binding ability as well as the soil improvement purpose. We use this and it come very good. This is parallel in nature, so this jack bean coming very good. Then now after 2 years, this year we have planted the agriculture crops in that intercropping like the chickpea and salt bean and fava bean, and they are coming very good under this agroforestry system. So we are just in initial phase of the exploring the what best can be done in this bamboo-based agroforestry. The different formations in the bamboo wax obviously like in any other trees, same follows here also. Intercropping, we can go for home garden concept, we can go vermicompost and bamboo poultry and dairy farm bamboo windbreaks. So these are some models. Obviously in polycropping with the bamboo is not that much means without the proper management is difficult to adjust. This bamboo applications for the conservation climate resilience agriculture. So windbreak for coastal desert areas, fast growing establishment of buffer zones. That is very similar. Most of the bamboos traditionally used around the as a windbreak for the these kind of areas, coastal and desert areas, to protect the land or the crops. So they still in practice even in the orchards. The bamboo brackets are one of the major. So perimeter fencing by the thorny bamboo, and the Bundelkhand, where is the major problem of the stray animals. So there is become a more imperative, especially the dendrochromis structures like this. The picture we are showing is that live fence of the such dense fence can restrict the livestock presence in the field. So that can protect these stray cattle.
Playground.
Bamboo for the soil water conservation, much for the biomass also, as well as the ground and the timber. It is has a shallow spreader. It's not has a deep rooter system. 90% roots are the rhizome structure and lie within the 70 centimeter of the soil surface. So they are very good soil binders, and most of the river bank areas are well conserved through these species. So the areas, especially in most of the flood plains, that is the major problem of the every year of the soil erosion. Similarly, in the ravines, that is the problem. So most of the those soil conservation practices with the help of bamboo helps. If you see the first 2 years intercropping is done with the cash crops, vegetables, and that will be profitable. Then third year onwards, we can go for any other crops also. Most of that either soybean or when the cereals crops, mustard and your this red gram is one of the common one. Home gardens usually clump forming congested natures, and there is large branchy clumps are used. In northeast, most of the areas are having these bambusa, balcoa, bamboos, and returns, as well as vulgaris and tulda, which they form their backyard as well as their homesteads covered by these, and every household has the good presence of this. Similarly, if you see the most of these home gardens, even in the Kerala, they are mingled with most of the cash crops, and even now in the dry tracts, semi-arid zones, it is also coming very well because of the expensive heats in the summers. These are only the some species which can protect these things and can make a way for the other herbaceous crops to grow during the summers. So that making a thickets of the bamboo. This optimal management of bamboo-based mixed species production system is required for understanding the bamboo spacing and root activity and distribution of bamboo roots. Because being a superficial loads, they have the more competition with the agriculture crops which are of the same root zones. So that the one thing. So root trenching is required in the bamboos because to check the spread. Similarly, is canopy management is also required, or the gradual or timely removal of the old clumps so that does not interfere with the agriculture operations, and also simultaneously the new flush of the shoots will come, new rhizomes will emerge. The many of the species when become the older, so due to excess shade, the shade loving crops like the turmeric, ginger, they can be grown. So experiment were conducted in 7-year-old bamboo Dendrochromis strictus, varying spacing from 4.4 into 4 meter to 10.2 12 by 12 meter spacing, and it's on the very good growth of the turmeric after the 7 years of the canopy closure, even within the spacing of the 4 by 4 meter. If another experiment, the other medicinal plants were cultivated as tulsi, herbage, turmeric, and ginger, and soybean, aloe vera, and wheat. And you see that these are tried with the Dendrochromis hamiltoni, Phalastracus pubescens in temperate areas, and it's given a good yield. comparable to the open plot is less, but it was extremely good. See the turmeric 229, 219, 280 in the open conditions. So it's giving higher in rhizomatous crop. Here also higher. In soybean you see approximately same, and in aloe vera also 820 with that. So Dendrocalamus hamiltoni was considered as one of the good species which can accommodate both the shade loving and the partial shade loving plants both. Similarly, experiment was also conducted with different crops, popular crops like wheat, mustard, linseed, rice, soybean, and turmeric in the Chhattisgarh area. And there it was seen that in open condition, and in that though the reduction of the crops was there, but in the wider spacing it was not that much reduction, but closer spacing the more reduction is there. And in 8 by 6 meter spacing they found is well suited for the doing the agriculture operations, because that is the major problem. Unlike the tree species where we have the single bole, here is the clumps formation is there, and when the clumps formation comes, so it spread and it cover the more area. So even at the base size itself, so the basin should be at least more than 1 meter square. One square meter is occupied by the even in the early stages. So after the development, it may take 1.5 or 2 meter of the total spread. One more species were tried with this agri-silviculture system, and they seen the growth, how they are performing in the agri-silviculture system with the agriculture crops. So like Balcoa, bamboos, Newtons, Bambusa tulda, Bambusa vulgaris, even the Dendrocalamus asper, edible bamboo, Hamiltoni and Strictus, they all were tried, and you see in their clump height and all. So obviously the Bambusa Balcoa, which is having the more height and number of clumps, but more in the Bambusa tulda, where the diameter was also in the Bambusa Balcoa, and this yield of the grains actually the crop. So if you see that they are the grains destroying these presence of the ecosystem. Yes, I already shown this campus. Block plantation or agri-silviculture system, the spacing is varying from the 10 by 4 by 4 meter. I already shown in Tissue, they had right from the 4 by 4 meter up to the 12 by 12 meter spacing. So it depends upon your objective, especially where we are going for the integrate the more number of components. So obviously wider spacing to be required, more than 10 meter, where the tree component is also there, and also the other shrub component you want to integrate. So wider alley is required. But if you are going for block plantation, then 4 by 5 meter closer spacing is there. But in 4 by 5 meter, only the first 2-3 years you can go for agriculture crops. After that, it will not possible. Intercropping of the bamboo maximum the 4 years, and later then huge competition for the resources is there. The slopy land, again the strict preparation for the living the alternate unprepared strips for water retention purpose. The shade tolerant crops such as hello.
Bikram, please mute yourself.
Shade tolerant crops such as pineapple, ginger, turmeric, sweet potato, cinnamon, etc. These can be also come with the these kind of economically viable agenda crops with the bamboo. Some of the crops like cowpea tried with a 5 by 5 meter species with the Dendrocalamus asper and Bambusa tulda, as well as Dendrocalamus hamiltoni. This in first year they grown with the asper at the closest spacing of 5 by 5 meter. Then that within that, which I shown the previous they are the tulsi, aloe, ginger, turmeric they have grown. In MP, the 13% area is having Dendrocalamus strictus on their fields, means farmers field actually, not in the forest, but 15. And moist to the semi-dry part of the Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, the Maharashtra, there is maximum of the Bambusa bamboos and Dendrocalamus strictus, along with the few pockets of Bambusa balcoa, tulda, and Newtons. So you see the more presence of the either Dendrocalamus strictus and Bambusa bamboo. Dendrocalamus hamiltoni also grown naturally in the moist sides of the northeast, also in the mid hills of the Himachal Pradesh and UK, especially hamiltoni and nutans, along with the tulla. And they also grown with many of the fodder trees like Grevia optiva, Celticostralis, Morus, and Kachnar. In the Tarai region, also the Uttarakhand, as well as the some part of the Pilibhit and that UP, and up to Bihar, they are growing the Bambusa balcoa, Bambusa nutans, and Bambusa tulda, Dendrocalamus hamiltoni with the other fruit trees. Basically, the as a peripheral plantations. Similarly, in SPUP temperate species, the Deprostonicum falcatum, Himalocalamus falconeri, as well as we also Arundinaria, I think missing here. Arundinaria also Arundinaria falcata also coming in that area with the this small bamboo species. Sikkim farmers also grow it Hamiltoni and Sikkimensis in agriculture fields along the water channels, irrigation channels, and streams, river banks for the fodder needs of the livestock. So Hamiltoni and Sikkimensis, Dendrocalamus Sikkimensis, both using as a fodder in the Sikkim. The dry parts of the Punjab and Western Maharashtra, drought tolerant species like bamboos and citrus also cultivated. In Karnataka, Goa, again, Surestera stockside, that is one of the prominent, even in the some part of the Maharashtra also along the coastal areas, that is stockside is more common. And this Bambusa aurantinacea also planted in farmers in the waterlogged areas of the Andhra Pradesh. So these are the some of the successfully introduced species in different areas or regions for initial phase of the agroforestry based the planting of the bamboo. Windbrook, we well know that they play a very important role, and all the boundaries, not only agriculture field but the fruit orchards. There also it's play a twin role, especially in the citrus orchards and many other orchards also. They give the fencing for the boundary, as well as during the fruiting season, it used as a stacking for the those bearing branches, to stack the bearing branches so that the these branches will not broke, so they are supported by the bamboo structures only. Some places the bamboo with the medicinal plants also applied semi-arid and tropical zones, species air livings with the Eriaceae and Gingiveraceae family members, aloe vera, Catharanthus, Caesium vestifolia, many others are there, even the Foliaceae species are there. So variety of medicinal plants can come with the bamboo based agroforestry models, and they are providing much more resilient system, especially adaptability of these medicinal plants in the with these bamboo species. Even the bamboo based agroforestry also practicing in the wetlands and coastal areas of the ponds and boundaries, where the 3 rows of the shoot producing sympodial bamboos along with the some green feed, rye and soya also for the fish feed is cultivated, like Bambusa balcoa, Bambusa mabosa, Bambusa nutans, Bambusa vulgaris, stictus also they are planted along the bunds of the that pond, that also give the protection to the bunds of the pond, as well as its leaves also used as a manure and also a feed, and also the intercrop can be used as a feed. In Konkan and that area also of Karnataka and Maharashtra, this mango, cashew nut, jackfruit, these are occam, rubber, these all plantation crops also intercropped with the bamboo species. Again, in that also mostly the peripheral boundary plantation by the bamboo species are there, or in some cases also the alternate row of the bamboo and these plantation trees will be there. Bambusa bamboos, then sectors, these are grown. The economic studies shown that they are giving the more than 1 cost benefit ratio of these species. Pigeon pea also intercropped with the Bambusa bamboos in 1:1 rows and 3 into 3 meter spacing. So in comparison to the 1:2 rows of the space 2 into 2 meter spacing plants, so that giving the more in productivity when you are going with the pigeon pea with the intercrop with the Bambusa bamboos. Also, the some edible fungi also trying with not in our country but in other parts of the Asia. These of the fungi to go for the edible fungi for a vegetable for the livestock and fodder. So that is another important aspect where the most of the areas like in Bundelkhand where the major problem of the stray cattle as well as the fodder shortage. So bamboo can be a good fodder option alternatives. High protein content 12 to 19% is there in the bamboo. Is comparable to alfalfa, the nutritional value, yet does not require intensive cutting and drying. So it can be grown well for the as a fodder for the lean period. During the lean period, dairy cattle, goats, bamboo become a prime candidate for the perennial forest. If this boosts the farming, especially in this dry tract for the dairy industry, and it can be though it can be given the soul, but soul instead of that it can be mixed with the other concentrates and but green fodder, it will meeting the demand for the green fodder. That is the major aspect on this. Coming to the ecological values of the bamboos, we know that many of the studies have been carried out on the ecological role of the bamboos and different environmental impact with the environment, this bamboo cultivation. So apart from the economic values, the ecological value is equally important. This one way or another way is strengthening the economic value also. Like soil conservation value is there, so that is giving the protection to the field and ultimately the productivity of the field is restoring. So that is restricting the leaching of the nutrients from the soil. Similarly, improving the soil structure, drainage, this soil macroflora, soil ground water level. These are all different parameters. They are even the soil biota, fauna, habitats. These are all increasing global climate change, nurturing this magnitude. But most of these are the major positive impact in terms of erosion, sedimentation, soil fertility, physical structure, drainage, soil flora, microclimate, and floral species diversity. These are the some giving the major positive impact. Other no, and there is no negative impact. Other some are the neutrals, but other are all the positive one. Rejuvenation degraded sites, the geomorphological role of the bamboo in the behind the sustainability of the agroplastic system. Nutrient pumping is there. Bamboo recovers much of the nutrients released in the deeper layer. It also success in the bamboo-based agroforestry. And there will be one lecture after me. They will be describing detail on the soil aspects of this. So I will just touching the points on the how the bamboo is soil water conservations. And you know that it is 0.10 million cubic meter per hectare runoff is reduced. And this study can be studied in the China. So being evergreen plant has a dense surface roots, vast potential, the vegetative nature of the conserved soils, especially for the plugging the gullies in the ravine areas. That will become a major force of the soil water conservation, plugging of the gullies. A study carried out by the Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation in the Vasad region of the Gujarat, and they saw that the runoff behavior was reduced in the compared to the this control where is it W3, the bamboo with the earthen this ranging as a this the runoff, and similarly the sedimentation behavior also you see that in this W4 it is a very less sedimentation, wherein this is the maximum in case of the water case. Other studies also carried out on the home garden and all, how they are ranging the clumps are coming. Cost benefit ratio, if we see that the different rates of interest, 6%, 9% in that, in all these cases, the bamboo given well returns compared to other perennial tree crops is giving it's 6% in the interest rate is given 8. PCR is 8, when it is 9%, 5, when it's 12, even 4, even in 18%, then also it's giving the 2. So these are giving the means the any kind of integration of these bamboo plantation or sole cultivation of bamboo itself is also giving a more economical benefits to the more farm. This also done with the bamboo and without bamboo, like these leguminous crops are the poppy, black gram, green gram, sesamum, and mint. And this again, you see that in coffee comes the better way in terms of we've done both spacing of the 12 by 10 and 10 by 10 meter with bamboo and without bamboo. So there is not much difference in the yield. So almost equivalent only. For 17.48 and 18.92, even rather more in the bamboo. And it's giving slightly higher side in bamboo. So that's also interesting. Similarly, some studies carried out in central India with these different species of bamboo, especially strictus in Asia, and the moon, soybean, and paddy was and till they are cultivated with the strictus and all this. So if you see that sole crop, obviously it was higher side, but here also the value of the the wood obtained from the bamboo that will also be taken in the when we calculate the VCR. Again, this also tried with the in Assam, that is with the bamboo sunwoods, Belgua, and all this 5 by 5 meter and 5 by 7 meter spacing. So the yield of different crops in per square meter they have calculated. So it's coming more good with the Tulda compared to the others at 5 into 7 meter spacing. As I told you, it's become a major fodder. So what is the properties of the fodder? So we know that 12 to 19% crude protein available, but other than crude protein, also other parameters also there. And you see the different species, Bambusa multiplex, variegata, Ducumensis, Tulda, mutans, and Giganticus. They are all having the dry crude fiber, 20 to 25 range, fiber, dry fat, crude proteins is around 13, 15, 10, 15.8. So higher side only, the crude dry protein is there. And so it can be utilized very efficiently in the animal feed. Poultry and dairy farming also closely linked with this. They are showing that in organic diets, bamboo fresh leaves were given in China. Some studies were conducted, and they shown that their chickens got the weight 70% more weight, which fed the organic diets. That is reported by the INMAR. And similarly, this vermicompost, with increasing trust on the application of bamboo in the agroforestry, economically rewarding when the vermicompost is produced, the edible bamboo spur. This one farm is there, Garmukteshwar in UP, and they are cultivating the edible bamboo spur. So they are cultivating directly, mainly for the food purpose, but also the leaves and all they are making for the manuring purpose, and they are getting from their vermicompost also there. Because these asper leaves are easily degradable. What are the other practices to be required in the bamboo? Because the planting, caring of the bamboo is equally important. So we need that these construction of cocoon trench, removal of the flower clumps, and all retention of the clumps. These are activities are required. Even the cleaning of the this. This is a common thing. We know that where planting is spacing, normally I told you from closest spacing 4 by 4 to 12 by 12 meter, we can go for this. And again, it's depend upon the size of the clump size. The small size, we can go for the like 5 to 15 meter tall, then with clump diameter 1.1 to 3 meter. Then medium, it is 15 to 20 meter tall. The clump diameter maybe 3 to 5 meter. So that is the whole. So you see that how much area it is covering. The large is 20 to 30 meter tall with a clump diameter of the 5.7. So accordingly, we have to gauge the spacing. Okay, how much spacing to be given. So like vulgaris and all, we have to give the wider spacing compared to the strictus. The higher densities are appropriate for the small size bamboos, and the lower densities are appropriate for larger bamboos. It's obvious that because we have to give more number of more space for the larger bamboos. The spacing can be provided in the range of 4.4 meter, 5.5 meter for the Trachostacker. These are smaller size, whereas in the Dendrocalamus hamiltoni, 7 by 7 meter or even 10 by 10 meter in Dendrocalamus giganteus is required. More than 10 to 12 meter in the large size bamboo is required. When you go for planting, irrigation is required for the early stages of the 1 year of Bentley, depending on the site conditions. And the drier locations, the trenches also made for the storing of the more water in the soil moisture. Pruning is equally important in the some of the species like Bambusa, Bambus, Balboa, and Newtons and Hamiltoni, where the tendency to produce large number of the branches. So to have a clean clump and intermingling of the clumps, so that at the time of harvest we should not face the problems. There will be less congestion, so we have to prune the branches every 2-3 years, and especially preferably in the month of February, November to February, dormant season. Cleaning of clump is done, also removing the dead and dying clumps from the clumps, thinning of the clump, removal weaker clumps. So the healthy clumps to be retained, and also it will when we free the clumps, so it will give a way to the new species, new shoots to come up. Bonding is also required of the, especially when the roots become exposed. So this become prone because it has superficial roots. So when it become exposed to the sun, so the growth will be retarded. So that's why it's require the this bonding, and that will then the earthing of the operation, especially in these exposed soils. We can also mix with the soil mix with the manures as well as the some of the NPK fertilizer, so that the growth will improve. So that loosening of the soil and then wrapping it with the this fertilizer rich soil, so that will increase the again the productivity of the bamboo. If we see the consumption pattern of the bamboos, so we know around 27 million tons of the current demand of the bamboo. Existing stock is only 13.47 million tons. So a gap is there. 66 stock occurs in the Northeast India, that only gold. And that's why the government is trying to promote the bamboos more on the. If you see the consumption pattern, scaffolding 3.4%, maximum of the all the building works, shutterings and all this required by the bamboos. Bamboos because cheaper and in not 1 or 2 season it will work, and then next season they will be started. So that's though the iron substitute and other substitute has came, eucalyptus also came, but still bamboo is the first preference by most of the construction industries for scaffolding. So that major consumption is scaffolding. The handicraft sector is another major one because the different handicraft items are prepared from the bamboos from different species. Then paper industry is also another major one, where the bulk material is used. Though in recent times the dependency of the paper mills now is more on the hardwoods compared to the these bamboo species due to silica problems in the pulping process. But still they are doing in a mixing proportion of the 20-30% raw material. They are mixing with the other wood pulp as well as the bagasse and all. Then miscellaneous usage, the internal consumption is also there. And even the illegal export is also there, especially the bamboo-based products. What are the different machines and we require for the harvesting? So we require axe, pillowes, chainsaw, knives, scraping knives, and cutters. The special fashion, the half horseshoe shape, that is normally used in the forest. Also, same way also in the plantations. Also, same way the cutting will be done. So it's restricted by the intermingling of the clumps. So that is the best to extract and make waste for the nutrient. So the system which generally adopt the forest department in the natural forest, same we are applying, we are refining for the in the cultivation also. But we are not applying same because in cultivation and in agroforestry we will be irrigating it with the crops. Only where it is the block plantation, there it will not that much well managed, but wherever it is with the intercrop with the agriculture crops, there will be all irrigation fertilizer will be given, will be taken by these bamboo plantation, and the growth will be much faster than this whole plantation where we are only focusing on the irrigation mill. So felling rules applying there, resume cut is there, we cutting the 45 centimeter above the sharp instruments and felling only after the sheet fall. These are the some applied in the forest department in 3 to 4 years cycle. Felling rules, right? Then bamboo in MP, so well stocked. The quality 1 clump 9 meter and above height. Quality 2 is 6 to 9 meter, and quality 3 clump height is 6 meter. So that according to height, they have made the 3 categories of the qualities. Type 2 is well stocked but malformed is there. Type 3 is well sparse stocked clumps. So clumps which having very good stocking that will come in the type 1, and then well-stopped and malformed, it will second and then third. And within the type 1, they have the quality on the basis of the height of the club. Then 4-year cycles they are adopting, and normally November to March end the sporadic flowering, base flowering, or they are taking consideration dropping and increasing. The minimum clumps to be retained in natural forest: 20 clumps in first quality, 15 clumps in second, and 20 clumps. When you are removing the harvesting, you should not hold that. Even in the farmers field practice, especially for block plantations, we can develop these parameters to how much to be retained in these conditions. Commercial uses, local demand, we can have 3.17 meter, 4.6 meter, and 5.5 meter, especially for scaffolding, which were used for their pools. So right from the 3.17 meter to the 5.5 meters of the is using. For other needs, they need even the slightly more length of the 6.5 meter to 7.3 meters. Industrial use, they cut into 1 or 2 meter length also, because industrial use means where they are going for mainly the pulping and other purpose. So even the small size of the pellets are made, but for the local demand or especially scaffolding and all, around 4 to 6 meter length is required. Separation of bamboo with girth height different, they are required up to 9 centimeter, 9 to 12, 12 to 15, that their classes they are making, and 20 bamboos they are making one bundles. So 60 bundle, they are 1 nautical ton, 1 notional ton. So 1 notional ton is around 60 bundles. That is not exactly the ton, but it can be considered equivalent to a ton. And around, because bamboo is normally measured in the running meter. So 2004 meter running meter is equal to 1 notional ton. So that is how we are taking the measurement of the bamboo when we go for the trading of the bamboo. So 20 bundles, 20 bamboos, taking 1 bundles, and the size may be girth of the size from 9 centimeter to the 21 centimeter, depending upon the girth. And 60 such bundles is making 1 notional ton, that is 2,400 ton running meter. Harvesting of companies 6th year onwards, and the sale of the price, so that is in natural forest, in the agriculture land, this can be achieved in good condition the soil. Bamboo also used as a food. So different products from the its bamboo shoots and all are prepared, right from the pickles and food packed and all. Nutritional analysis, this given the all bamboos having very good combination of most of the nutrients, carbohydrates, minerals are there. So it's a very good food, and bamboo shoot itself accounts 7,500 crores business year. So that if like the Dendrocalamus asper, which is called edible bamboo, that will be grown in the farmer's field as a main crop, so it can give a well return for the farmers. Similarly, the different bamboo cuisines are, especially in the Chinese, is used, and these are the used for different, especially fish and other products they are eaten. So these bamboo shoots are a very good edible item for preparation. Livelihood security, we already stressed that most of the rural people are depending on the bamboos for different walks of work or walks of life, and the from 6th and onwards they are paying around 36,000 that NABARD estimated, but the income can be much more than that for per hectare basis. There are also new products has been over the period has been tried for the bamboo products for the industrial markets, and they are also like the different Equality is one of the premier institute which is working on the bamboo aspect along with the WST, Wood Science and Technology Institute, and INBAR and all the international organizations. So how the bamboo can be utilized in different purposes, from plywood to the flooring material, bamboo charcoal, activated charcoal, vinegar, wood, bamboo gasification of power thermal plant. This is becoming a now recently member from the Niti Aayog. She was telling that we are trying for this wood gas, bamboo gasification for power plant and thermal applications, because the coal is becoming a very costly affair, and it is a fossil fuel. So when you go for the more of these plantations of the bamboo for getting the charcoals and all. So maybe in future we will see that most of the block plantation of the bamboo, especially the hardy bamboo of the stickers and all this to get the charcoal by the industries, especially the power plants and all. These are the some traditional uses of the bamboo housing. Now these are the recent the ecotourism areas, most of the tourist areas, and these kind of eco-friendly houses are most common even in urban areas. Also, most of the big buildings, public amphitheaters, and all they are by the bamboo only. So there are many firms now working coming on this structural timber, bamboo-based structural timbers. These are the regular items of the huts, hats, and cases, and all these baskets. These are the flower waste and all types different. So you can see variety of the handicraft items prepared from the bamboos. These are the some of the bangles, the pots, and these are there. Similarly, these are the furniture. Bamboo furniture is one of the now most of the hotels and the hospitality sector. Most of them are now from this only because teak is become very costly, and now the people are from plastic and iron also now fed up. So again, they are moving towards the wood is good. So bamboo is becoming a best alternative for them. These are the some new products also coming in the plywood to sandwich pump pallets, blood-proof jackets, and all different products are coming from the bamboos. China is one of the major producer of these diversified products actually, and we also now under the National Mission on Good Applications that we are also making this so different. So bamboo plywood is standard 12 mm and it's also having 500 crore market. Similarly, bamboo flooring itself having 200 crore market, and more than that. So these are will be the future utilizations. Already industries are using, especially paper industries, and because of for the fiber purpose. But other than that, other uses also coming. Coming to the climate change and carbon sequestration and all this, so it's a very good absorbing and storing of the carbon, protecting the forest and waters and environment, extreme weather conditions, renewable energy source and all. And if you see the carbon sequestration potential, so it stands the biomass and soil carbon storage of bamboo product, biofuel, also low carbon and sustainable economics. Also bamboo root plus concept is there. So that's all making the bamboo is a more profitable crop compared to the other equivalent tree crops. Bamboo charcoal application, they already told that is coming a very big way. So many uses, not only the medical science purifications, all the water purifiers you are finding that has the motivated charcoals from this only. When in the it has calorific, very high calorific, 6,900 to 7,000 kilocalories, carbon content 80 to 85%. So these are all coming this, and there are different. These are the traditional methods of the charcoal making, but it was not eco-friendly. Now these advanced kilns has been come to make these charcoals, and these are the some of the charcoal based products which are premium value sold in the export market. Then wood gasifier, which are talking for the energy generation. So this may be soon will be a reality that large scale gasifier, though many places we have the gasifiers, wood gasifiers, but not that much scaled up more. But like up to 1 megawatt already applicable, but they want to raise it up to 100 megawatt of the charcoal based these wood gasifiers. Besides all this, it's also having the medicinal property. One solution is the one of the traditional use. So for medicinal purpose, also bamboo can be grown and it can be harvested in that. Productivity is the major concern because everything depends on the productivity. There's generally 3 to 4 tons per hectare under story of the forest and 5 to 12 tons from the plantation. So that is very, very low compared to the international way. And even in the managed dendrocalamus plantation is 10 tons per hectare, where we are growing it with the crops because it's getting the regular water supply and fertigation and all, so it can perform little wet. In Bangladesh, the Melocana bamboside is 10 to 13 tons per hectare yield was recorded. In China, they are getting 50 tons. So from at the higher side, 5 to 12 tons from plantations to reach at least 20, 30 times, because even in eucalyptus and all, we're not able to reach the international level. So that will be a task. But anyway, our aim is not only just to increase the economic, other ecological benefits are equally important. So that's why we are doing for this purpose. The Andhra Pradesh about 7 tons per hectare they have reported. So demand supply gap is increasing, and we hope that more plantations coming on the agroforestry, we will able to switch these things. Bamboo, we can have the variety of use, and we can, if we able to grow in the more on the farm stand, so not only sustain the agricultural production system, but also the security to the farmers. I took from the Kaushal et al. They have given the sweat analysis of the this bamboo-based agroforestry. So you can see the gist in this sweat analysis. High diversity, ease of growing, used to grow large area under bamboo, high demand, and this opportunities are also the diverse climatic conditions. All different varieties can be grown. The demand for the local as well as international market, sustainable land use, and large chunk of the degraded lands. And this also here is the diverse agroclimatic conditions, the support of the by vision mode also. Weakness are there, yes. Limited choice, we see limited supply of the raw material, non-conventional agroforestry, limited poor market linkage, high resource competition with the intercrops, and lack of yield. These weaknesses, some of them can be addressed with the R&Ds, especially the choice of the species with the development of the silvicultural techniques of the growing of the these bamboo, because so far bamboo was only a natural forest where we were not doing any kind of economic practices or the silviculture practices of the irrigation and fertilizations. Though other silviculture practices are there, cleaning, thinning, and all maintaining, but that aspect was not touched. So because irrigation and fertilization is an important part to increase the productivity, so that can be increased in agroforestry compared to the natural forest. But the which crop will come more comfortable with that, how to check the competitions, and what kind of models to be produced, have the more in terms of the productivity of the overall bamboo based agroforestry system. So that has to be taken out. No doubt it is fast growing, so every third year you can start the harvesting, and not for only the market oriented, but also for the subsistence purpose also. It's local, it has the local demand, local market demand. So the selling is will not problem, like the specialized project where we are going for the paper and pulp and all. Here we need a specialized market, unless buyer is required, but here it can be used. Then threats also there, diversification into high value cash crops, unsustainable harvesting, lack of artisan interest, change in lifestyle. Most of the bamboos, what we are saying, that 2 to 3 million people are depending on the artisans. Actually, these are artisans which are depending on the bamboo craft, and that is making a bread and butter for these peoples. So, but the raw material availability is from the forest is now restricted for these bamboo products. So, to make available this raw material, this required to grow on the farms, like in any other wood material. So, and you've seen that wood handicraft, even the wood rhizomes they are using for the handicraft, leave the other things. So every material, leaves, bark, even the trees, everything is utilized by of the bamboo, and variety of purpose. Not only for that, even vermicompost is one of the aspects where the leaves of bamboo are utilized. So that is there, but they are saying that the high value people are going for high value crops. So whether they will adopt for the bamboo or not. But as I saw on the table, we have more than 45 million hectare land in India as a cultivable wasteland. So that can be put under this if prime for agriculture land not want to divide. So every farmers have some corner of the land which is not utilized, and the periphery is over every time open. Especially in Bundelkhand, that peripheral planting is most common, and that is available for all the value. So it's a time to give the value to the bamboos, and they are alternative source for the wood, and we know that now we are advocating the wood is good. So hope this more expansion of the bamboo in the agroforestry system will help to people make inroads of the industrial bamboo plantations in future, and most of the wood requirement will be fulfilled from this, as well as the green requirement, especially as a carbon sequestration for the most of the ecosystems that will be touched by the bamboo plant. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such a nice lecture. Now I request the participants side if they have some queries. Participant, if you have any query, please ask. Okay, if no query, then I thank you, sir, for delivering such an informative and enlightening talk on the bamboo. So I have covered almost all the aspects of the bamboo. Bamboo is not said in India and many facets of the bamboo.
Voice sir, voice is not coming. आपका आवाज थोड़ा.
Now is coming, sir.
हाँ थोड़ा bubbling sound हो रहा है.
Okay, okay. Now coming, sir. So, sir, have covered almost all the aspects of the bamboo. Many facets of the bamboo-based agroforestry, like dairying with bamboo, poultry with bamboo, intercropping with bamboo, and sir told about how it can be integrated in the degraded lands and if this land can be improved. Bamboo can be used for fodder and many bamboo products many products can be prepared from the bamboo. So sir has covered almost all the aspects of the bamboo. Thank you, sir. Thank you for delivering such a informative talk.
Thank you. And if any queries will be there from participant side, it is always open, and we can have that. Many of the participant asking for the feedback from some confusion. No confusion. It will be given. Today we have the 3 lectures actually. So after 3rd lecture, you will get that, and after getting that feedback form, you just reply it. So it will be sent to your email, and then every day it will be there. Thank you, and I think we will have then next. आगे डॉक्टर साहब अभी शायद 10 मिनट है.
Still we have some time. So we will start the next lecture at 3:30. Or
I think participants are very less. 8 है.
अभी तक तो सर 65 कुछ something थे. Now they are 48.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. You are muted. Are you getting my voice?
हाँ सर आ रही आवाज. Yes.
आ रही है. ठीक है. Thank you.
5 मिनट बाद शुरू कर लेना सर है ना.
So should we start, sir, or wait करें सर?
देख ले कर लीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. सर रेडी हैं तो भी नो प्रॉब्लम. If sir are ready, then no problem.
Sir, Dr. R.S. Yadav, sir. Sir, are you ready?
I am there.
Okay, okay, sir. So now we have another speaker for today's lecture, that is on soil and water management through agroforestry practices. This lecture will be delivered by Dr. R.S. Yadav, Principal Scientist and in charge Regional Station Datia, ICR, Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation Research, Dehradun. Before proceeding further, let me introduce Sir briefly. Sir has started his career as a AARO in Rajasthan. Later on, sir moved to assistant professor in Rajasthan Agricultural University, Bikaner. Then, sir moved as a scientist, selected as ARS at Project Directorate Farming Research, Farming System Research, Modipuram. Then, sir shifted to ICR Kafri, Central Agroforestry Research Institute, as a scientist in Jhansi. And later on, sir moved as a principal scientist at ICR, Indian Institute of Farming System Research, Modipuram. And now presently, sir is acting as a head in regional station, Datia. In between, sir also acted as a director of Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation, Dehradun, for a short period of time. Sir has many awards and recognition in his name. A few is to mention. Twice, sir got twice the Best Team Work Award, and for thrice, sir get Best Research Paper Award. Sir also received Vasant Rao Naik Award for Outstanding Research Application in Agriculture. So now, without taking much time, I request Dr. R.S. Yadav, sir, to deliver the lecture. Please, sir.
Thank you, Ram Prakash. All respected participants who are participating in this training. As you know that in this training, your main focus is agroforestry systems and its different dimensions. And in this agroforestry, in this before this, I will take 2 minutes about what we are doing. As name suggests, Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation, definitely we are working on soil water conservation. And we know that without soil water conservation, I think it's very difficult to sustain anything on the earth. Whether it is agroforestry system, unless we do practice agroforestry without soil water conservation, in present conditions, and also by looking into the future projections of climate change, is very difficult to sustain even agroforestry systems. So I will start with introducing myself, my institute. Visible है?
Yes, sir, slides are visible, but if you make them in slideshow mode.
Okay. In your this training program, there are few words. Here I would like to mention that agroforestry, climate smart, diversified farming system, and Bundelkhand region. If we are able to understand the meaning of all these, especially these first three words, then it becomes very easy to understand this different dimensions of agroforestry. As you know that any tree has positive impact on soil water conservation, be it in any form, be at any place. You will see it in this presentation. So start with who we are and what for. Ours is a research center located in Datia in Bundelkhand region, headquartered at the Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation Institute, Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation Research at Dehradun, which is having 8 centers across the country. Out of those 8 centers, ours is one of the center.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, slides are not moving.
यहाँ तो move कर रहा है.
Sir, I think the slides are not in slideshow mode. If you can put them in slideshow mode, then I think they'll slides will be moving.
Slide mode is moving in my system.
But here we are at the first slide only.
But it's only slide show.
नहीं सर, स्लाइड मोड पे करिए सर, फुल उसमें।
नहीं, स्लाइड शो ना, स्लाइड शो।
हाँ, स्लाइड शो में सर वो, हाँ, फुल।
It is there.
नो सर।
It is moving.
हाँ, मूव तो हुआ है।
मूव तो हुआ है, लेकिन सर अभी भी स्लाइड शो मोड में नहीं है।
एक बार सर
अनशेयर
करके फिर से करिए।
अच्छा,
दोबारा शेयर करके देखिए।
ये अनशेयर वाला कहाँ आ रहा है इसमें?
बीच में होगा सर, उस जहाँ से शेयर स्क्रीन किया।
हो गया।
इसको फुल।
नो हैज कम।
हाँ, लेकिन फुल उसमें नहीं आया।
नहीं, ये मेरे तो फुल मारा है।
अच्छा,
स्लाइड शो मोड में नहीं है सर अभी भी।
स्लाइड शो मोड में नहीं दिखा रहा है। अरे आप
हियर इज स्लाइड शो मोड
वो जो नीचे आता ना सर, आप ऐसा ना सर, आप अपने यहाँ स्लाइड खोल दीजिए, फुल स्लाइड मोड में खोल के फिर उस स्क्रीन को शेयर कर लीजिए। आप अपने उस पे ना वैसे पूरा खोल के और फिर शेयर कर लीजिए। स्लाइड मोड में खोल के शेयर करिए स्क्रीन को। वहां पे 2-3 स्क्रीन दिखेंगे, जो फुल स्क्रीन वाला होगा उसको क्लिक करके शेयर कर देंगे। हाँ, अब ठीक है सर।
अच्छा, ओके, थैंक यू सर फॉर डिस्टर्बेंस।
हाँ,
as already just I take some liberty for 5-10 minutes to introduce myself, my institute, what we are doing, and already told that without soil water conservation, I think it will not be, we should not expect any sustainability in the system, whether it is agroforestry or maybe another system. Ours is one of the center among 8 sections in the country, having the mandate of research on management indexes in the Bundelkhand region, and also Center for Training Research Methodologies, Updated Technology, Soil Water Conservation, Watershed Management. And the second object mandate is mainly for the headquarters, because they are having 8 centers and directly supposed to coordinate the research for all these 8 centers, like SRP centers, the institutes which are having SRP centers, and PCO, director of the concerned SRP, they coordinate the research work across the country. Likewise, headquarters also coordinates the research of all these 8 centers. Now this is no moving at my end. You know that soil conservation, as per FAO, we should avoid erosion, and other forms of degradation by using land in accordance with its capabilities. And you know that land is classified in 8 classes. These 4 classes are for arable lands, and 5th and onwards they are for non-arable lands. But you will agree with me that we rarely go for by this concept. Even whatever piece of land a person is having or farmer is having, maybe class 5 land, but just to sustain the life, to sustain the livelihood, they go for arable cropping. Then, if you do that, ignoring the land capability, definitely there will be some sort of erosion. Then we have to apply the measures to restore the productivity of those soils, which are not supposed to be arable, but we are doing cultivation. And on those lands, we have to apply soil conservation measures. And we have to combine sound method of soil management with other methods and inputs of modern agriculture to obtain successive production on a sustainable basis. Unless we follow these, it's very difficult to sustain the level of yield what we are getting. Instead, if you avoid the soil conservation, we are getting lower and lower yields, and we are putting our future generations in danger. Likewise, there are 3 conditions of water availability. When rains are less than crop requirement, then we have to treat the land soil so as to increase the runoff onto crop areas, allowing for water conservation. We have to go for some use of drought-tolerant crops with suitable management practices when rains are less than the crop requirement. Second situation may be that when rains are equal to crop requirements, and under those conditions, we have to maximize the conservation of this rains, storage, and we have to store the excess water on subsequent use, maybe for 1 or 2 life-saving irrigations. There may be a situation when the rains are higher as compared to crop requirements. Under that condition, we have to reduce the rainfall erosion to drain suppression of water and store it for the subsequent uses. That means we have to go for some sort of structures across the drainage lines in the farmer's field or maybe in the landscape on watershed basis, so as to make use of this water at later stages or to recharge the groundwater. And you might have read that in one of the news, the Chennai is the first city in the country which is not having any groundwater for use. Up to 2000 feet, there is no groundwater in Chennai. Now you can see the problem accumulated over the years by different practices at individual collective level. And if all these trend continues, we may see many more such cities in the country. If we want to adopt any kind of soil water conservation measures, the choice of those measures depends upon rainfall, whether how much rainfall that particular area is getting, and what are the soil conditions of that particular area, what is the slope. In hills, slope is very higher, so that requires some other form of soil water conservation measure as compared to the areas which are having low slope. Then land ownership and holding also decides the choice of soil water conservation measures. As we know that if suppose land holding size low as compared to higher, then people having farmers having land less of holding size, their decision is different than those who are having holding size more. Farm size, the nature extent of degradation, how much soil are degraded due to maybe water or maybe wind origin, how much that particular area or farm is degraded, that also account for while making the choice of any soil water conservation measure. Then, of course, What the cost benefit? If farmer want to invest, then who will see how much benefit he or she is going to get. Or it's a human nature, all we see, wherever we invest something, we see what we will get. Likewise, farmers naturally will see, if I invest 100 rupees, then how much we are getting. There may be farmers who are in what conscience, they may ignore this, but it's almost all the farmers will see this cost benefit, because we know that this groundwater is depleted at a faster rate. Farmers also know it. Even they are drying more and more water to end the livelihood. We have seen that while working with the farmers, the land of the farmer is not suitable for cropping. Even the farmers go for cultivation because their objective is not to get the benefit, simply to sustain, to just to earn the livelihood, just to get the food security, whatever yield he is getting. Their primary objective is to secure the food. Hence, they ignore the basic principle of soil water conservation. Here, there are many measures. In previous slide, we have seen that choice of these measures depends on many factors. On those factors, we make the choice. What I have presented here at farm level, at landscape level, ex situ, in situ, and there may be many more practices practiced by the farmers depending on the particular condition area. Here, all these our research institute with head centers have got all type of data on all those measures. How much benefit we are getting, how much runoff is reduced, how soil loss is reduced, and what are the benefits out of these measures in particular area, in particular cropping system. We all have the data bank for all these measures, which I am showing to you, and we can select these measures depending upon the requirement of the particular area, particular cropping system, or particular farming domain. All these specifications, sometimes what happens, you can say farmers are doing all these things. Yes, farmers are doing all those things, they are in one or other form. But in real sense, sometimes the benefit which is supposed to be by adopting those particular soil conservation measures, farmers are not getting due to oversize, due to lower size, underestimated size, or due to some other reason. You will find that many farmers are having their bunding on their farm, but without surplusing arrangement. Once the bund is breached, we have seen farmers rarely go for this to repair that. You will find many examples when it's breached, it is breached. So, and then that, but whenever there is a farmer go for bunding, there should be surplus arrangement to dispose of excess runoff water safely, so that the bunds are not damaged. If we take a landscape, maybe on watershed basis, and we apply all soil water conservation measures with agroforestry, then our study says that farm income can be increased by 95%, wheat equivalent increased by 80%, and soil loss is reduced by 50%, 55% in urban land and 38.5% in forest land. This is the cumulative effect of all the soil water measures, maybe bunding, leveling, your different cropping systems, and to plant the trees in a notable lands, and then to protect those trees from biotic interference. All these measures with agroforestry list, and we know that this DFI, developing farming income, I can say our many examples are there. By having this soil water conservation, farming income can be doubled. Here, when we go for agroforestry, definitely trees also require the water. Though plant may not die, but by proper water management, the growth and production of from the trees is many times than the trees in which we do not go for any water conservation measure. Here in this Amla, Ambedkar Functionaries, if we go for V-shaped micro catchment to arrest the incoming rainwater, it leads to low runoff and also increase the yield of Amla. Here you can see it's 7.5 tons per hectare as compared to farmer practice, in which farmer do not have any kind of water conservation measure, and as compared to port field up to 0.75 meter and crescent shape. All those, out of these two, this V shape conserves water in such a way that growth of Amla is better. Even yield of intercrop is also slightly higher. That means in agroforestry, while going for agroforestry, we should also recommend in-situ moisture conservation for getting better growth and production. This is one of the way one can go for mulching, maybe it's live mulch, maybe brown mulch or plastic mulch. There are studies which improve the growth and yield of trees when you go with such type of water conservation. And here Bundelkhand, I think we are having this, mainly this trainees are maybe Bundelkhand. When we think of Bajri Jingna, what's developed by our center, Tejpura by Ajifarai, Gatpuda, Domogor, and Prasai by Kafri. All these are testimony to this, what we have discussed so far, that when we go for soil conservation with agroforestry, really they can do wonders. Such type of system, such type of approach is climate resilient. We will discuss it in detail afterwards. Once when we have seen that when we develop any watershed and when we get water resources, then farmers take many decisions without consulting us, because they are also aware about the market. They know how to get the maximum profit out of this water resource. And you also know, will agree with me that government, we having many schemes for the farmers, where objective is to secure the livelihood farmers, leading to confusion, poor economic scale and scope for multi windows for corruption. When our client is one, and the objective is to secure the livelihood of the farmer, and why so many schemes? Can we have all these schemes in a one scheme, or we can think otherwise? Can we have some innovative idea of scheme so as to get everything through a single window? Because for horticulture, there are different schemes. Within the horticulture, there are different schemes. In agriculture, for different products, different schemes are there. So there are many schemes. And we know that Bundelkhand got the package, special package for 7,260 crores, which means about 560 crore rupees for his district. And again, additional grant was given about 4,400 in 12th plan, which means additional 308 crore rupees for his district, which is about 900 crore for his district. And I can say with my own experience and while working in the field that if we invest This 900 crore rupees on development of watershed, as per the watershed guidelines, Bundelkhand cannot experience any kind of drought. But in this package, many major chunk has gone to create the infrastructure, and I am the view that when we have seen in Gadkota that when we create water resources, farmers take own decision. And people from nearby mandis come to the village to get the harvest. So I think that whenever we discuss or whenever we find any point of view for policy makers, then you can suggest that why not to have application of such amount into only watershed development. All these 1 point invest in district multi points. Then there are some party designs, because here we are sitting, many students are sitting in almost every in the country. But when we take the things the field, we are ignored, and there are artistic creative stories we found. Piecemeal approach against the concept of RLBCAU, because this RLBCAU or now PMKS is saving everything. It has everything for the farming system. Nothing is left out. Then when nothing is left out, then why we should invest only 1 or 2 enterprise in the concept about RLBCAU? There was no scientific approach, and there was no participation from stakeholders. With this brief about soil water conservation, I can say that in any program, either state government or central government, as much as they should invest in soil water conservation as they can, because we are investing in other many schemes. At the same time, we are losing our precious water resources and soil at faster rate. I am from Rajasthan. I have seen the areas 30 years back. There was plenty of water. Nobody think of if there was deficiency of water. Now still we are not having water for drinking. You can see in areas of Jaipur district, only we depend on rainwater. Now they are harvesting water for roof water for drinking. And so to avoid to repeat of such type of situation in other parts of the country, we should have investment for water conservation. As you all or field functionaries, at least you should make aware the farmers, public in general, if there is a immediate need to conserve both the soil water as much as we can. And these are the present day problems. I will relate to agroforestry system and how to tackle all these problems through agroforestry. We know that in intensively cultivated areas, we are getting low response from fertilizers, even though we are applying more and more fertilizer. And this leads to deficiency of many nutrients. This leads to low nutrient water use efficiency, because whatever more amount we are applying, we are not going to convert that into the production. Wider fertilizer consumption ratios, we are applying only NPK. Land holdings is declining due to this collapse of joint family system, declining soil health, and at the same time we are having such problems. Again, we have to feed the increasing population quantitatively and qualitatively, and from only 2.4% of world's geographic area, having about 17% of the population. And you have seen that earlier we are having Millennium Development Goals. At world level, world defined many million development goals. I think most of the goals were not achieved. At the same time, now we come with a new goals to achieve, that is sustainable development goals. There are many goals which can be addressed by application of soil organic measures and adoption of agroforestry practices. And these two, soil water conservation and agroforestry, they address many sustainable goals. And overall, we are having the fear of climate change. You all know in this inaugural session, almost all speakers have their own views on climate change. There may be views that it may be due to evolutionary things or some due to anthropogenic activities, whatever the reason. But now climate is real, and to tackle this climate change, this agroforestry is one of the options. And I will show through my own study that by practicing agroforestry, we can make our farming system carbon neutral. Even we can make it carbon negative with only small intervention in any by adopting the agroforestry in any form. Agroforestry in any form, maybe systematic, maybe non-systematic, maybe in boundary, maybe within the field itself. Whatever form you start, it will address towards the land degradation. It will mitigate climate change through many ways, directly by sequestering carbon in the biomass, indirectly into the soil also, improve and conserve the soil. We all know the trees conserve the soil through the native roots, and also the impact of raindrops is reduced when trees are there in croplands. Then it improves the water cycle, definitely. When it reduces the runoff velocity, it gives more time to infiltrate, which naturally increase the groundwater. Again, this system meets our multiple needs. Only if you go for any herbal crop, they meet one or two needs, but this agroforestry, it meets almost our all needs, and this system so adopted is climate resilient. Though we have not, I think I have not come across at what temperature that these trees can grow. By if the temperature increase, then what will the impact on the growth and how much water extra we require to protect these trees. But definitely they are resilient as compared to solo cropping. It ensures the nutrition and food security, and overall it promotes and sees the sustainability. You can add many more, but these are the basic functions of the agroforestry in any form, adopted by the farmers, adopted by the researchers, technologists. That means we can say agroforestry is one land use system which provides solutions to many problems. We have listed many problems. We have seen the many functions. You can add many more, but when we see this, then we find that this is only the system which offers solutions to our many problems, and also to address the future problems posed by climate change. Now, this is question to all of you. I would like to have reply from the participants. There are 5 farmers. You may add many more. Farmer A is having 5 trees on his farm. Farmer B is having 10 trees on his farm. C is having 2 trees on her farm. D is having 50 trees on farm. E is having 20 trees on the farm. Who is an agroforester? Anybody who is an agroforester? Hello? यादव जी सुन रहे हैं?
हाँ सर, बताएं सर.
Any participant?
Participant, please respond. Participant.
Yes, sir.
Out of these, who is an agroforester?
Just flash your hand. Who are the agroforesters? आप वहां अपना हाथ उठा सकते हैं ना, raise your hand there so that we can see in screen. Everyone.
Is responding. कोई बात नहीं, 5 days are there. You discuss among yourself. You think it over. कि आप किसको कहेंगे? Who is an agroforester? I have given 5 suggestions. You can add many more. You can modify it. But who out of these 5, who is an agroforester? I leave on all of you to look into it, discuss. Now you see, we have in the morning, the learned members in this function were telling about the impact of climate change. Yes, climate is there. We are experiencing, and we are not. If we could not succeed to contain the increase in temperature by 1.5 degree by 2050, by turn of this century, the conditions will be worst. And almost all countries there are having their own programs towards carbon neutrality. If I remember correctly, then our Honorable Prime Minister Modi has already announced that we will be carbon neutral economy by 2070. In that case, where we stand, if as an research and agriculture, as an agroforestry, can we contribute something to achieve that goal? And I can say agriculture is both way, is contributor towards climate change by emission of these greenhouse gases, and victim also. Victim in the sense, you see this year almost 10 to 20% yield of wheat is low, because in March the average temperature was higher, and recently government has went the export of wheat because we are expecting lower production of wheat due to this climate change. And globally, about 10 to 2% of this total estimated greenhouse gas emission is contributed by agriculture, and our country about almost 20% is contributed by agriculture. Can this 20% can be mitigated through agroforestry? Let us see. While working at Meerut, we made a study, and you know that Meerut in west, which is a western part of UP, is intensively cultivated. We took 4 blocks, and in each block we took 2 villages, and in which the sample size from each village got 10 farmers. And from each farmer, we took everything. What are the activities was performed by the farm family? As far as cultivation is concerned, or household activities, maybe cooking, maybe transportation to cities, visiting their relatives, whatever possible activities which contributes to our GHG emission, we have taken all those things into account. And we found that in Meerut district, the gross carbon dioxide equivalent emission per household per year was 9.76 tons. When we deduct the carbon sequestration by the existing tree stock on the farm, then that was net emission, that was 6.16 tons carbon dioxide equivalent per household per year. Can we make this 6.16 neutral by agroforestry? We again, out of this 100%, 6.16 tons of net emission, the main contributor was livestock and manures, that around 52%, followed by aerial soils, that's 22.5%, and 11.4% of household activities by cooking food, by chop cutter, by the electric they use, and any energy they use for transportation by the family. Then we made an exercise. All these, we use the methodology of IPCC. This is indirect calculation, but I can say this is near to real. If we know that 6.16 was net emission and land holding size in the study area was 2.07 hectares. If we plant 273 more trees per household, you see 273 trees per household, then we can make each household carbon neutral. And you know that in this 273 or 2.07 hectare, if we come out with per hectare, then is around 134 trees per hectare. And we know that we are having 400 meters of boundary in 1 hectare area and 134 trees. You can see that 2.5 meter distance we can go for some sort of boundary plantation, and which can be easily grown by the farmers. Any tree species which is prevalent, which is a value in that particular area. In this area, they are having growing poplar also. Poplar they are growing. Many tree species are there. That means through this agroforestry, only single intervention, this intensively cultivated area can be carbon neutral. And now we can think of in Bundelkhand region, which is not intensively cultivated. And if I sense that the trees per hectare will be more less than 100, maybe 50, 60 trees will be sufficient to make the farm households in the Bundelkhand region carbon neutral. If we plant more trees, then it will be carbon negative. Then suppose when we have seen that farmers are not using balanced fertilizers, if they go for the balanced fertilizers, again by just assumption we can reduce further 10%. If we go for good livestock management practices, which leads to low emission of greenhouse gases, again 10%. If farmers they are doing many operations in a year, if we can reduce those operations by 10%, if suppose they are having 10 operations, if they skip one operation, and energy efficiency 25%. If we assume all those things, then the farm household in the Merit region will be carbon negative by 1.18 tons of CO2 equivalent. When have the solution in the form of agroforestry, we should advocate that in addition to, and in the morning there was discussion of CDM also, though now it is not in a, CDM is not a buzzword, earlier it was a buzzword that CDM, we have to get credits, but anyhow, I think at present is not, and agroforestry was also not there, but there was planning that to bring that agroforestry into that mechanism. Let us hope. Now, we have seen all those things, trees, conserve the soil, improve the water cycle, they do sequester the carbon and mitigate climate change. But the pace of conservation, the pace of mitigation depends many factors. The tree species, which trees we are growing, then what is the growth habit of the tree which we are recommending the farmers is growing. Then quantity, quality of litter, what kind of litter is there, what is the nutrient content in that particular litter of that particular tree, and how much quantity is added by the tree. Because this is directly proportional to this quantity. Any ritual, any additional nutrients depends upon this. Then planting density. Higher the density, higher the quantity of litter, more biomass addition. The age of plantation. What is the age of the plantation? That also we know that the tree of 5 years age, tree of 20 years, there is a big difference between these addition and improvement of the soil, addition of the litter and quality of the litter. Whether trees are nitrogen fixer or no nitrogen fixer, then management practices of the tree, in what manner we are managing the tree so as to get the biomass on sustainable basis, and the system of agroforestry, whether it is agri-silvi, agri-OT, agri-silvi-OT, silviculture, horticulture, it all depends upon all these factors which influence the pace, the rate of soil conservation, soil enrichment, improvement in the water cycle. You can, all these positivities will depend on all these factors. In one of the study, you know that in Rajasthan, this KDD process area is traditionally grown by the farmers unintentionally. They don't plant themselves, simply they protect any tree which grows in his field. But as the fields are mechanized, now the rate of protecting or getting more these hazel trees or maybe other trees is decreasing. We see that there are 4 tree species: Cineraria, WSSU, Lycophylla, Dendrotica. All these they are having different rate of litter fall, and their litter fall also differs in different seasons. That means, as we discussed, that tree species affects the pace of soil improvement, soil enrichment by way of litter addition. So when we make choice for particular purpose, we should consider these things into mind. Here in Jaipur region, the density of trees is 26 trees of Cineraria per hectare, 9 trees WSSU. Sometimes they are intermixed, so sometimes only one tree species is also there. And in that each year, around 35 kilogram nitrogen is added by this litter fall. Though the litter fall of this scenario is harvested by the farmers, even then there is a litter fall, and through that litter fall it is not 100% litter fall, because the leaves of this scenario tree is used as a feed for goat. WSSU 11.08, Lycophylla 12 around 13 kilogram, and around 11 kilogram by acacia rotated baboon. When we have seen that among these three species, litter varies, quality also varies. On the same way, the enrichment in the soil also varies. But when we compare this agroforestry system of these four tree species-based agroforestry system, we find that as compared to land having no tree, no agroforestry, definitely there is an improvement in the organic carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and also this pH is lowered by all the tree species, and the impact of peace was higher as compared to these three species. That means trees has effect on soil in positive way. At the same time, you see within the tree that effect is not uniform. When we move away from the tree trunk, you will find spatial variability, and this table shows that because the trees in that area they are scattered. Farmers are wise enough. They maintain the tree density in such a way that the shade of one tree does not fall on another tree, so as to minimize the effect of trees on understory crop. So you will see many oases, special variability in such kind of system. When we adopt, when we recommend, there will not be uniform improvement in the soil. There will be some special variability in the system. This is the silpulse system at Capri, Jhansi, acacia, pasture, double pasture. Here we see that pasture system also improves the soil compared to pasture alone. Even when pasture is alone, then pasture also improves the soil compared to the soil without pasture. Here also, you know that for any soil, if the biological condition of the soil is good, then many processes, say for nutrient cycling, is good. And to have good biological activity in the soil, we should add organic matter into the soil in whatever form we can add. And our agroforestry systems, they add organic matter in the form of litter fall, and that is the source of energy for the microbes. And you can see here that this DHA, there is enzyme activity which in totality shows the microbial activity of the soil. You see here, when there is a crop only, it's only 251, whereas 162, whereas in the different tree-based system is varies from 325 to 256 to 421. Eucalyptus also it's higher than cropping, and it is the agricultural system. Likewise, in silpulse system also there is higher activity, biological activity of the soil, and biomass carbon is higher. That means soils, the farm which are having agroforestry, they are having better biological condition of the soil, which helps to sustain the productivity of the soil. Next. It's not moving. This is not moving. Here you can see that our country is having about 7 million hectare area under different forms of salt affected, maybe saline alkali or alkali soil. And that problem can also be tackled through adoption of agroforestry systems. And this is a study made at Cesare Canal. Here you can see that after 9 years of plantation of Azalea indica or Pongium pinnata, pH is lowered significantly. Organic carbon is also improved significantly, and ASPR is also lowered. That means without any chemical amelioration, agroforestry can be a dominant system in all those lands which are affected by salts. And this is the study made at our institute. Here we can see that if we recommend or governments on their fellow land, if they adopt a silvicultural system, then the productivity of that land can be increased from 1 ton per hectare per year to 10 tons per hectare per year. That means productivity of existing land can be increased by 10 times by adoption of silvicultural system, improved silvicultural system. Here is only Garvia optima and Penicum maximum and Garvia plus C pulvus, the grasses. Likewise, for other areas, the recommended species can be adopted, and definitely the productivity of the land can be increased manifold. Here, now you see another form of agroforestry. Here, this green wall of bamboo around the farm. This is the picture from our center, research center Datia. Here, we have planted this bamboos at a length of 4.5 kilometers around the farm, in between the farm, to protect our crops from wild animals, this blue cow and cow. And within 1.5 years, you see the growth. This bamboo species having spines also, and even from this, we are having wild boar also. They are not able to cross from this. They are not able to cross. We are having behind this, we are having barbed wire fencing, but we are not, that barbed wire fence is not able to protect the crop from blue cow. Blue cow jump from that barbed wire fencing, but from now this, it is beyond the reach of blue cow to cross over this green wall of bamboo. And you can see, so this data is not from this, but this sort of bamboo plantation reduced the runoff by 22 to 46%. At the same time, soil erosion also reduced by 25 to 34%. And you know that in Bundelkhand, we are having not only Bundelkhand, everywhere there is a problem of animals. And this is a political issue. And you will not find any kind of literature on this bamboo biofence, which species we should grow, at what efficiency we should grow, how much water we should give. Here, simply because we wanted to protect the crop, simply we have put this bamboo. But if somebody say at what efficiency, we don't have any reply. How much water, we don't have a reply. That means we should have some system to address the problems with farmer. And this have many, only we have only this purpose, only this biofence, but we can harvest clumps after 5-6 years every year without disturbing the power of protection from these animals. We can say farmers will get some sort of income also. Any practice recommended by the researchers, by institutions, that should be problem solving. Problem solving in the sense that we have many projects, and when we see the report, we find that a particular agricultural system has reduced the crop yield by 40% to 60%, 30%. That not up to the maturity of the tree, before the maturity. But farmer is not going to cut the tree. Farmer is going to have the tree. So will farmer allow the crop reduction by 50%, 60%, 30%? We have to see it. And these are systems. Whatever system, maybe it aggressively, agriculture, silviculture, horticulture, agricultural, boundary plantation. And we do not have much study on these three. Improved fellow, biomass transfer, biofence. Though we have attempted biomass, biofence, but again I discussed that if somebody asked me at what spacing I should plant so as to get this green wall in less possible time, or somebody may be interested in green wall plus getting good quality of clumps, I do not have an answer. And biomass transfer is not necessary that we should go agroforestry. Recommend that we should have agro system in between the croplands. We can allot 5%, 10% land for tree planting, and then we can transfer the biomass for application to the soil. We have to think it over. Any of the system, combination system, depending on the socio-economic of the farmer, or one can adopt. And I made an exercise because definitely in almost all cases, only few tree species, planting of trees in croplands brings decline in the yield, and decline in yield depends upon many factors: tree, age of the tree density, like that. So, if the farmers, we can recommend who are having class 1 land, which is best suited for cultivation, We can recommend boundary plantation. You are producing good crops, so you please go for boundary plantation. Class second, with some limitation, we can recommend agriculture, scattered trees. We can recommend. Again, class 3 with slightly higher risk, we can recommend agriculture, which are moderately dense, not be highly dense, moderately dense. Then class 4, which can be cultivated with some sort of adopting conservation measures. In this, we can recommend agriculture, dense, horticulture, silviculture. And the lands which are more suitable for cultivation, there are no arable lands. Class 5, we can recommend silviculture biomass transfer system. If a farmer is having class 1 and class 5th land on his farm, then he can put the class 5th land under silviculture biomass transfer to transfer the biomass for application into class 1 land. Then class 6, biomass transfer, silviculture system. Class 7 is energy plantation and forestry, and class 8 only for forestry. In this way, we can make some balance so as to get the crop yields without much reduction. Otherwise, if we recommend the trees say for 200, 100, 300, definitely after 5 to 10 years, there will be drastic yield reduction. I think there is the major constant. If we can conclude or we agree with me that agroforestry, or we can say tree plantation in any form, is economically viable, environmentally sound, socially acceptable, it generates many mandates, because if we recommend agroforestry system, when we recommend say for green wall by this bamboo or in any form of bamboo, we can also train the farmers to have some sort of handicraft from bamboo. It's sustaining soil health, it gives high biomass productivity, is a proven land use system meeting multiple needs of the stakeholders for the utilization and improvement of all kind of soil. All kind of soil we can recommend depending upon, already in previous slide I have suggested some sort of different forms of agroforestry as per the land favorite classification, which affects the industry crop yields in minimum way. Under our land soil sustain time of the earth, require land soil to be sustained or face the starvation. The days are not far away. If our activities at an individual level or at a collective level, it continues unabated, sooner we are going to face many problems, unless it's not the responsibility of the farmers, it's also responsibility of ours. Agroforestry is one of the way to conserve the soil, to conserve the water, to mitigate the climate change. Maybe we do not have the land, we can make aware in our household activities, we can contribute something towards best practices, and we can do. I sincerely thank organizers of this program who gave me an opportunity to deliver the talk before you. I don't know whether I justified my topic or not, but definitely in any form, conserve the soil, conserve the water, mitigate the climate change. Thank you very much for your kind attention. any queries, suggestions, it is most welcome. And now again, I would like to have interaction as much as you can on the topic which I covered. Thank you very much. हाँ बताइए कोई anybody who can answer the question which I put before you. That was question from my side, and otherwise you can also put any question, any kind, any clarification. आप लोग फील्ड वर्कर है ना, तो फील्ड वर्कर को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती है. They have to face the farmers. They have to, before they put many questions before they adopt any advice. Like we put this when the LIC people come before us, we put many questions. So likewise, farmers will also put many questions. So any, as you are field functionary, any problem you face while recommending any kind of agroforestry system to the farmer.
बहुत दिन पहले से मैंने 2-3 बार अपने ग्रुप में भेजा था. नहीं भेजा था सर आपने.
कौन है मैडम आस्था पांडे? उन्होंने कोई रेस किया, कोई मैडम आस्था पांडे उन्होंने रेस किया है?
नो सर, नथिंग बाय मिस्टेक सर, सॉरी सर.
तो कोई बात नहीं, बताइए मैडम, आप भी बताइए. चलो कोई बात नहीं, आपने म्यूट हो गई, अनम्यूट हो गई. आप किसको कहेंगे एग्रोफॉरेस्टर? क्या डोबराली जी, थोड़ा एनर्जी दीजिए इनको. नोबडी इज इंटरेस्टिंग.
भाई आंसर दीजिए. सर क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, व्हिच एग्रोफॉरेस्टर. 10 से लेके 500 तक बता रखा है स्केल.
ये गौरव कुंडू क्या है?
Sir, is there any other species present in their farm without tree species?
Without tree species?
Is there any other species present in the any crop or in agroforestry system? We know that we have grow 2 species in a same land unit, so they all have only 3 species, so no one is agroforestry according to me, I think so.
What he is saying? He is saying that no is agroforester. Trees are in croplands, not in westland. The trees which I mentioned, they are in the croplands.
Then sir, all of them are agroforestry.
How it can be all? Mantri is also then agroforestry. चलिए कोई नहीं, आप डिस्कस करते रहिएगा. It's common. It's not only it is question to us also, not only you, all those participants. This question is also before us. Any other query?
Sir, आप ही बोल दीजिए.
So, any other questions, participants? If not, then let me thanks to Dr. R.S. Yadav sir for his quite informative talk on soil and water management for agroforestry systems. Sir have discussed a lot about how the soil and water can be conserved through agroforestry, different agroforestry practices. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your enlightening lecture for the field functionaries. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I may leave.
If there is no queries, so I think we wind up now this. Any questions from anybody? So we will be sending to your email the feedback form, and then for today, for today's all 3 lectures, and what you gain from that. So every day will be the separate feedback for the lectures. I think now, okay, Dr. RP, anything?
No, sir. It's every day we are sending feedback form, and the attendance will also be counted.
Just inquire them whether they will be pasting the this feedback form on this, no? Zoom also they were telling that. अभी तो आया नहीं, इसमें जमा तो किया नहीं उन्होंने.
आज के लिए फिर सर क्लोज.
हाँ, उसको खत्म हो गया तो इसमें पेस्ट कर डाल दो, इसमें भी और व्हाट्सएप में है. हाँ, दोनों में डाल दो हाँ, ओके. हाँ हाँ, ये खत्म हो गया ना, ये तो ऑलरेडी वो लोग तो मतलब चले जाएंगे ना, लेक्चर खत्म हो. हाँ, व्हाट्सएप में भी देना, इसमें भी दे दो, है ना. हाँ, मैं बता देता हूँ. हाँ, तो they will be sharing on chat box as well as in WhatsApp group, है ना. Start.
Good evening, Gabriel sir. Meeting. Hello.
Yes. हाँ,
मीटिंग एंड करें सर.
मीटिंग एंड कर लीजिए एक बार. जस्ट अभी आपने शेयर किया था तो 5 मिनट दे दीजिए इनको.
अच्छा.
Because I think
although shared in the WhatsApp group.
Okay. So participant, please see the link shared for this feedback form.
Also shared in the WhatsApp group.
Same also shared in the WhatsApp group also. ठीक है, आप कर दीजिए.
Okay, sir.
हाँ?
Same link will be continued on the next day.
Okay.